Half human, half beast. Half human, half beast. It was a parasitic beast. Wasn't this the same situation as the tail beast in the fiery figure? Moreover, the power that even the Yen Huang ancestor was worried about, then how strong was this tailed beast? Flee? No. Long Fei swore that this would be the only time he would be able to escape from Hong Tianjun. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would still die trying. Ever since he came to this world, ever since he had what he wanted to protect, his path had been one where there was no path of retreat. Since there was no way out, then let's do it. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha. You are indeed not bad, to actually be able to unleash the terrifying power within my body, however. Then we can only stop here, Situ Feng said sinisterly. The aura emitted from his body was very special. His obsession was different from everyone else's. He had become bewitched in Nantiansek's forbidden ground. He had unraveled the devil from a certain seal within Nantiansek's forbidden ground, and he had become bewitched with an ancient beast. By nourishing the body, he would use his own blood essence to nurture it. The stronger the ancient beast became, the stronger his power would be. In order to defeat Hong Tianjun, he would grow stronger without a care, even if it was an ancient beast that entered his body. Situ Feng laughed sinisterly. Originally, I wanted to leave this ferocious beast with Hong Tianjun. Since you beat him up, then hand over your soul. Buzz! Whoosh! The celestial domain vanished too quickly, too fast. Bam! He landed in front of Long Fei, revealing a sinister expression, and grabbed onto the parasitic beast's claw. Rumble! The punch tore through space, and there were traces of blood-red energy lines on the punch, as if this power came from another world. Unstoppable! Bam! Long Fei's body sank and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out. Boom! Smashing the walls of the courtyard into ruins. Within the ruins, Long Fei clenched his teeth, his right hand slapped down. Damn, this daddy doesn't believe it! Boom! With the ruins exploding, Long Fei held onto the dragon Salyer with both of his hands, unleashing his sky demon power completely. Blood dragon angry slash. Roar! A blood dragon image rushed out from the dragon Salyer, rushed into the sky, and then swooped down, directly pouncing towards Situ Feng, who was half human and half beast. Situ Feng slightly raised his eyes, and revealed a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Is it only this kind of power? Weak, it's exploding. As soon as he finished, half of Situ Feng's beast body let out a strange cry towards the sky. A whoa! The impact of the sonic wave was accompanied by a visible force that exploded out one after another. The blood dragon was blocked, and the scales on its body fell off one by one due to the sonic boom. In just a few seconds it had turned into a skeleton. The bone dragon was still desperately pressing down. However, the strength of that vicious beast was simply too strong. Plus, a vicious beast was a solid entity. The blood dragon was only an illusory image. In essence, the two were far apart. Boom! The bone dragon exploded and was blasted away. It was also at this time Long Fei hacked down with the dragon Salyer. Situ Feng's right hand moved and caught the dragon Salyer between two fingers, looking at Long Fei, who was in the air. He laughed complacently and said word by word, "I say, you weak," exploded. Bam! The tailed beast swung its tail. Bam! The mace-like tail swept across Long Fei's waist, once again sending him flying. Too strong. Unparalleled power. Strength, realm, and speed were all on a completely different level. The faces of the Devil Sect disciples all turned pale. Even they had not imagined that there would be such a demon, an ancient devil. Furthermore, he had never imagined that such a lunatic would use his own body to nurture a fiendish demon. Ha ha ha! Situ Feng laughed out wildly and said arrogantly, "Long Fei, are you feeling good? A person like you is worthy of being Hong Tianjuan's opponent? You and him are like heaven and earth, Only I am fit to be Hong Tianjuan's opponent, only I can kill him. And you? Too weak. One after another. It was as if energy had struck Long Fei's mind, and was extremely uncomfortable. If you can't even cross this threshold, then how do we k the heavenly sect, and defeat Hong Tianjun? Do I have to make Lu Luoxi kneel in front of Hong Tianjun for me again on that day? Ah! Long Fei was furious. He roared in his heart, three-rate peerless technique. Boom! Ghost slash! Schwa! His body disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Situ Feng frowned slightly. His entire body was enveloped by the blade aura that Long Fei had released. The corners of his eyes turned grim. Without waiting for Long Fei's 3 slashes to land, his tail beast's footsteps shook. Get down! Rumble! Rumble! The entire yard shook violently. Long Fei's techniques had been disintegrated. The strong vibration caused him to lose his balance, and his moves were interrupted. It was also at this moment that Situ Feng laughed complacently and said, "Get down!" The huge tail swung out. Boom! It heavily struck Long Fei's back, blasting him down to the ground and causing him to violently spurt out blood. His face was incomparably pale. Not an opponent, and not an opponent at that. He desperately tried to work hard. However, he was still not his opponent. He had released everything he could, but was still not his opponent. Level. Every increase in the level of the War Emperor realm was a huge gap, and the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It was as though Situ Feng had defeated his War Emperor realm in one move. Situ Feng took a step forward, looked at Long Fei who was lying in the deep pit, and laughed complacently. Did you enjoy it? Ha ha! That kind of complacency was extremely unpleasant. Long Fei, I don't want to play with you anymore, and there's no need for that because you're too weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Now, hand over your soul and become a sacrifice for the gods' devil ancient case. A stream of power appeared in Situ Feng's beast claw. Yen Huang ancestor immediately said, "The power of soul harvest, brat. Stand up, hurry up." At the same time, a surge of power from the Yen Huang ancestor protected Long Fei's mind, but he knew clearly in his heart that his current strength simply could not protect Long Fei's mind and sea of consciousness, because the power of harvesting souls, it was also his nemesis. He was just a remnant soul. What he feared the most was the power of soul harvest. Even if they did, he was still desperately trying to protect Long Fei. At this moment, Baidu's sister-in-law A half. Floating Life strongest upgrade system. The door burst into noise. Arhut's King Kong exorcism wand pierced through the air, the bloody runes above his head flickered with the power of hell, and pounced towards Situ Feng. Fall into hell. Li Yuanba carried his Xian Shen sarcophagus and flew into the sky. His entire body was dyed in blood. His twin hammers moved, filling his entire body with lightning. "I'll kill you." Situ Feng glanced at them. 2 more came to die. Chapter 18_8419/2356680. Li Yuanba and Arhut had arrived. Watching Long Fei being blasted to the ground, their faces pale and on the verge of death, the rage in their hearts reached its peak in an instant. Anger soared. Situ Feng also laughed disdainfully, looking at Li Yuanba. "What kind of boss, what kind of idiot trash are you? If I were you, I would have left long ago. You all brainless trash." As soon as he finished, bang bang, under the power of the 2 people, Situ Feng's beast tail also flew down. Arhut was knocked flying. Li Yuanba was flung out. However, in that instant their bodies shot out once again. All the veins on Li Yuanba's body stood bulging. His face was flushed red with anger, lines of the marks of strength stripes appeared around his body. Crack! The sky darkened. A streak of lightning carrying a blood-red light was linked to the twin hammer of raging thunder. Li Yuanba's body was also covered in lightning, but he did not feel any pain. On the contrary, his strength increased by tons and tons. He was absorbing the power from the lightning, converting it into pure physical power within his body. Facing towards Sidu Feng's head, the twin hammers smashed down. Those who touch my boss will die. Rumble! The lightning exploded, causing Sidu Feng's eyes to darken. Everyone in the courtyard was moved. What kind of physical strength was this? Terrifying. Could a human's strength reach such a level? Even the power of thunder could be absorbed? What kind of body was this? What kind of power does he have from a blood vein? Sidu Feng's heart was also chilled. He was shocked by the power Li Yuanba had released, but shock and fear were two completely different concepts. So what if your strength is great? Still, get on the ground. Crack! Half of Sidu Feng's beast body flashed with a burst of light as it charged forward. The moment it came into contact with the power of lightning and anger, his body slightly sank. The huge tail on the mace swung out. The Arhat King Kong lowered its wand and shook crazily as it roared angrily in its heart. Don't you like killing demons? Don't you like killing? Kill them now! Boom! Demon-subduing power exploded, directly blocking Sidu Feng's wolf-fanged mace's huge tail. The King Kong ring on the wand of descent continued to emit sounds of collision. Arhat roared again. Second brother, hammer him to death. I want to beat him to death. Li Yuanba raised his hammer up and down again, and then smashed down again. Bam! And then another hammer strike. Bam! Just like forging a metal, each hammer strike landed on the opponent's body. Sidu Feng's body was being pressed down bit by bit. You want my lord to kneel? The one kneeling is you. The two King Kong, Holy King Kong S of the Divine Spirit blood vein. The reincarnation of the Holy Buddha, the demon-subduing Vajra. Although they did not use all of their power, the power they were displaying now was comparable to any War Emperor Realm ranker's power. Terrifying. Sidu Feng's expression became more and more unsightly, and his other change of expression also distorted. However, at this moment, the demonic chi on Sidu Feng's body retracted, and suddenly changed, half of the tail beast exploding out with another burst of force. Break for me! Boom! The power was like an awl, directly piercing through Li Yuanba's lightning anger. Then he retracted his body, then explosively retreated. Then, like a lightning bolt, he shot out. With a grab, a punch, he blasted out at the same time. Bang, 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 bang! You make me very unhappy. All of you die. The lightning fist of the fist carried waves of critical strikes, continuously smashing onto Li Yuanba's chest and the Arhat's body. The two of them could not resist and were constantly blasted away. Pfft! Blood spurted out of their mouths, but they did not retreat a single step. Even if they were blasted, neither of them had the slightest hint of fear. Li Yuanba was still furious. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the yard had changed. Long Fei, who was in the deep pit, had disappeared. It was also at this moment. Both of Sidu Feng's fists struck explosively towards Li Yuanba and Arhat, causing them to be thrown onto the ground at the same time. His face was ferocious as he angrily shouted, "Just you two trash die!" Both fists were directed at the heads of the two men. Multiple shadows. Open for me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4. Standing on Sidu Feng's four sides, they were all the same, all Long Fei's god's devil body. Not the real body. It was the god's devil body. The shadow clone was not Long Fei himself, but the devil body. Suddenly, time seemed to have been banned. All the voices in the courtyard had disappeared. Why are there 4 Long Fei's? Why are there 4 identical people? Even the aura is exactly the same. It doesn't look like a fake body at all. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He was stunned. He was completely stupefied. Even Situ Feng was the same. His face was filled with astonishment, and after sweeping his gaze around, he said softly, 4 bodies, each one is the same as the real body. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Situ Feng smiled, stared at Long Fei and said, Don't tell me this is the God's Devil Ancient Cases cultivation technique? As soon as his voice faded, the expressions of the disciples of the Devil sect all changed. There was actually such a powerful cultivation technique hidden in the God's Devil Ancient Case? Almost. Everyone's heart was filled with greed. What cultivation does Long Fei have? Level 2 War Elder. However, his power was actually enough to kill a level 3 War Emperor ranker, since he could fight with the young master of the Southern Sky Continent until now. Why? Right now, this had to be because of the God's Devil Ancient Case. The God's Devil Ancient Case was a treasure left behind by the God's Devil ancestor, a treasure that belonged to their 8 great demon sects. Some of the elders' faces darkened. The 4-bodied Long Fei opened his mouth and laughed coldly at the same time. Guess. The muscles at the corner of Situ Feng's eyes twitched. Anger flared up between his brows and he roared, I don't care what kind of cultivation technique you use. Is that so? Long Fei's body sank. Yuan Ba. Li Yuanba grinned and laughed simple-mindedly and said, Understood. Boom. The sarcophagus on his back shook. Long Fei made a grasping motion with his right hand. The sarcophagus trembled violently as its sword-intent soared to the sky. A handful of Xian Ming sword broke through the skies and instantly landed in Long Fei's hands. An ice sword. A long sword forged from 10,000-year-old ice. One divided into 4. They all landed on the 4 clones. 3-rate peerless technique. Long Fei's eyes darkened and laughed coldly. Those who touch my brother die. Shua. Holy Sword 81 moves, Shocking Sword Spirit. Boom. The 4 shot out at the same time. The 4 Shocking Sword Spirit S were like Dima's Sword of Justice as they superimposed onto each other and smashed onto Situ Feng's head. Critical hit. The second sword strike came out. Strongest upgrade system. The 3rd slash, the 4th slash, the 5th slash. All 4 swords fell down at the same time. Situ Feng, are you feeling good now? Chapter 2 In the morning, he had to go out to pay respects to the new year. There were 3 more chapters that would arrive before 8 p.m. today. 8_8419/2356681. Situ Feng, do you feel good now? Situ Feng, do you feel good now? Long Fei's 4 voices sounded out at the same time. The Holy Sword 81 moves had dropped 38 strikes. For 1 person it was 38 strikes, 4 people it was 152 strikes. Each strike was a critical strike. Adding the 3-rate peerless technique, 8 times the original stat. This feeling was invincible. Situ Feng was smashed to the ground and could not get up. There was still some blood left on his head, and that half of the fierce beast's face was in extreme pain. At the same time, it was also filled with anger. Right now, with just a simple move, he could kill Situ Feng. Looking at the glittering boss, Long Fei laughed coldly. Feels good? Didn't you just ask me if I was feeling good? Are you feeling good now? The attacks from sword and sword caused the entire Tian Yun city to be in turmoil, their power boundless. The boundless sword intent covered the entire city lord's mansion. Situ Feng's eyes slanted and stared at Long Fei. You angered me. You only have one outcome. Die. It was incomparably gloomy, and its expression was ferocious like that of a fiend. Arhut suddenly said, Boss, be careful. Before he could finish his words, Situ Feng's tail suddenly changed, and directly became a few meters long, sweeping outwards. Bam! A clone disappeared. Bam! Another clone turned into white smoke and disappeared. Bam! The 3rd clone also vanished into a cloud of white smoke. Of the 4 figures, only one was left. His multiple shadows was the same as the one in the fire shadow. As long as it got hit, it would disappear. This was the multiple shadows. Long Fei wanted to transform his clone into a corporeal body. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. Moreover, multiple shadows was the same as Nine Knives force. It was not a 100% success rate. Otherwise, Long Fei would have used it long ago. Ah ha ha. Since there's only one more, then you are the real one, right? Sidu Feng laughed sinisterly and waved his huge tail. The illusionary lightning-fast mirage trapped Long Fei's entire body. Long Fei felt a chill in his heart. I still can't do it. I can only use my own techniques with the multiple shadows. I have to work even harder with my own strength. My goal is the spiral pill. And it's ultimate spiral pill. The ice sword was placed in front of his chest. Boom. Long Fei was struck. His body exploded and retreated, landing in mid-air. A fiendish look appeared on his forehead. He roared out in his heart, multiple shadows. Ding! Skill failed. He had failed. Long Fei's comprehension was still not good enough. She shouted again, multiple shadows. Ding! Skill failed. Still failed. If the Holy Sword 81 moves is not enough, then I will create 4 clones and 36 blade attack. I do not believe that I will not be able to kill him. Long Fei once again fully comprehended it. What a pity. Still failed. At this time, Sidu Feng did not continue to attack Long Fei. Instead, he slowly stood up and said gloomily, "Are you asking if I feel good? Now I'll tell you. I'm very unhappy." Ah! Rumble! The bodies of the other half of Sidu Feng exploded into a scarlet shock wave, and the other half of his body fell down like dried mud. The other half of his body was also undergoing crazy changes. Within a few seconds, the entire body of the parasitic beast was revealed. It was an ancient beast more than 4 meters tall, its entire body covered with barbed thorns. Its tens of meters long tail was constantly swaying. The breath he gave off made everyone in the yard breathless. Some of the disciples of the devil sect were crushed until they bled from their 7 orifices and their bodies exploded. He wouldn't be able to withstand the crushing pressure. Nantian sect's Avian Legion also had a face full of shock. Even they had never seen Sidu Feng's complete evolution, much less him being forced to such a state. Even when he was facing Hong Tianjun back then, he did not act this way. He had been forced into a rage. Just what is this? I've never seen anything like it. What is it? Ancient fiend. The aura on his body is too ruthless, and the aura is too evil. How did Situ Feng endure the parasitism of this evil demon? That kid is in danger. The danger is even better. The god's devil ancient case does not belong to him in the first place. It belongs to our 8 great demon sections. The danger is even greater. The god's devil ancient case does not belong to him in the first place. It belongs to our 8 great demon sections. Even in the face of an ancient vicious demon, facing Long Fei who had such a powerful mysterious cultivation method, all of them were still thinking about the god's devil ancient case in their hearts, because they firmly believed that the god's devil ancient case was a peerless treasure. Whoever obtained it would be able to soar into the sky, become the supreme demon king, and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Humanity is greedy. In the face of an exceptional soul treasure, who could control it? The elders of the 8 demon sects looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with greed. Situ Feng's ferocious beast had been completely transformed. Its 2 snake eyes stared straight at Long Fei, who was in mid-air, and laughed sinisterly. "I am not happy, so you have to die." Whoosh! His tail whipped. Shwa! Without giving Long Fei time to react, he was immediately tied up. Bam! Long Fei smashed into a building and the building exploded. Long Fei flew out from the rubble with his body tightly tied up. Boom! Another boom. Sidu Feng roared madly, "Who do you think you are? Now, do you feel good about asking?" Bam! Another boom. The ancient vicious beasts were too strong. Half of their bodies hadn't even evolved 10% of their strength yet. Now that they had all evolved that strength. What level of strength did the War Emperor possess? Level 5? Level 6? Level 7? Level 8? Long Fei roared in his heart, 3-rate peerless technique. Ding! Skill activation failed. He had been crushed. Long Fei's body was constantly being tightened. The 152 strikes of the multiple shadows was already his limit. True Qi was exhausted. His spiritual force was exhausted. Now he was extremely weak. Ding! Red alert, player's health point is too low, please add. Red alert, player's health point is too low, please add. Red alert, player's health point is too low, please add. The system glowed red. Long Fei could not take it anymore. Primordial vicious beast had gone berserk, and it was not something he could handle right now. Moreover, Long Fei was only a level 2 war elder, who in the entire South Horizon region could actually force Sidu Feng to such an extent. Boss! Boss! Li Yuanba and Arhut fell into a pool of blood and shouted. Wang Shuyun's expression was honest, and she was also shouting, "Let him go, let him go." Baidu's sister-in-law, a half. Floating life strongest upgrade system. None of the people from the 8 demon sects help. In their eyes, there was only God's devil ancient case. City Lord's mansion, in a certain darkness. Old Ghost, it's our turn to fight. Chapter 38_8419/2356682. Long Fei's limit had been reached. Long Fei's limit had been reached. If it was just Sidu Feng's own strength alone, Long Fei would completely oppress him. With the appearance of the parasitic berserk beast, Long Fei could still suppress half of the man and half of the beast, but the parasitic berserk beast's complete explosion was a power that Long Fei could no longer withstand. Long Fei had already exceeded their expectations. It was big. They wanted Long Fei to soar into the sky, but they knew that it was unrealistic. Demon Sovereign. Step by step. In today's battle, Long Fei had already proven himself, and his name would soon shake the entire South Horizon region. This was the effect they wanted. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Wild Ghost grinned and laughed gently, saying, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a hot-blooded person, as expected of the reincarnated descendant of our ancestor. It makes my blood boil just by looking at him. Bring it on. It's our turn to go on stage." As soon as he finished, 2 streaks of light shot out from the darkness. Buzz! Buzz! Rumble! Rumble! A black shadow stopped in the air and grabbed the tail that was as fast as lightning. The tail couldn't move at all. It was completely bound by a powerful force. The other power descended and landed in front of Sidu Feng. The instant he landed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at Sidu Feng and said softly, "Is that enough?" Boom! Boom! A powerful explosion of demonic qi came crashing down. Bang bang! Sidu Feng's vicious beast's legs knelt onto the ground. It was completely unable to withstand the pressure of the 10,000 devils released by the lone soul, and heavily knelt on the ground, not even able to raise its head. He gritted his teeth so hard that his voice was suppressed, as if his teeth were stuck in his throat. "Who are you?" Without waiting for Lonely Spirit to finish, Sidu Feng gloomily asked again, "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Gu Hun's right hand moved and slapped down. "I don't care who you are." Pa! Bam! The beast's skin on half of Sidu Feng's face had been smashed into smithereens when Sidu Feng was smashed to the ground. What was a crushing defeat? This was it. With a slap, Sidu Feng could not get up from the ground. He no longer had the same arrogant aura as before. With a glance of his eyes, he stared at Gu Hun and said, "My father is Nantian sect master." Pa! He slapped him again. Gu Hun smiled and said, "What did you say just now?" "Ah!" Sidu Feng roared, "Flying army, attack!" It was also at this time. Wild Ghost smiled slightly and said, "Are you talking about them?" As soon as he finished speaking, bang 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 bang, all of the flying army disciples in the city lord's mansion exploded and died. Their hearts exploded and they vomited blood. In less than a second they had killed 1,000 people. It was still Nantion Sec's trump card. Instant kill. Long Fei's heart was aching. His liver was trembling too. How much experience did this 1,000-man team have? His heart ached. If he gave them all to him. What the hell? Long Fei cursed in his heart. This time. He was already in a coma, and had been flung unconscious by Sidu Feng's huge tail of a ferocious beast. If Wild Ghost did not grab hold of that huge tail, Long Fei would have died. Now, he only operated the idea, so he was clear about what was happening around him. They were stunned by the appearance of these two elders. Sidu Feng's eyes darkened, his heart became even more furious, and he said, "I don't care who you are, once you provoke me, Sidu Feng, I will screw off all 18 generations of your ancestors." You're still being arrogant? You're still so arrogant after being so arrogant? Do you think your parasitic berserk beasts are very powerful? Do you think that the forbidden devil arts in your forbidden grounds is very powerful? Those are only the leftovers from our ancestors' game. Gu Hun said. He was here to cause trouble, and the god's devil ancient case that Sidu Feng knew of had immense power, and the thing that could allow him to level up quickly was something that he had said. He was the director of all this. All for his life was precisely to kill young Master Nantion and cause Nantion sect to become angry. Sidu Feng's eyes darkened and asked again, "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I? I am a member of the 8 great demon sects. Don't you feel the demonic aura on my body? Ha ha. You want revenge? Then let's look for the 8 great demon sects. Ha ha." As soon as he finished, Gu Hun held Situ Feng up to the air with one hand and said with dark eyes, "You should leave a idea in Nantion sect's Situ family ancestral hall, right? If you die, your spirit tablet will shatter." Situ Feng. "Go to hell!" Situ Feng trembled. His parasitic beast quickly transformed back into Situ Feng's original body, as it frantically struggled. "No, no. Don't kill me. Never been so afraid, never." As Nantion sect's young sect master, he never knew what fear was. Even if he had been defeated by Hong Tianjun that time, he had never felt afraid, because he was Situ Feng, Nantion sect's young sect master, and the #1 sect in the entire South Horizon region, young sect master. His father was also a war god realm level expert. Who dared to touch him? But now, he could feel the arrival of death. Little by little, a cold, gloomy aura began to crawl up his mind. Even the beast that he was nurturing began to shiver. Death descended. Lonely Spirit's voice was extremely soft. He whispered into Situ Feng's ear, "Do you know who I am? I am an elder of the demonic sect. Do you know who Long Fei is? It's the reincarnation of the sky demon. He is also my master, and also the future supreme expert of the demon race. You touched him. Then you're tired of living." Situ Feng's eyes widened in anger, as his pupils dilated and dilated. Long Fei was their master? What did the demonic sect want to do? Was he going to rise up again and trample all the sects beneath his feet? Shocked. But he didn't have time to be shocked. Because Lonely Spirit's right hand exerted force, and the powerful demon energy turned into a spiderweb of lines that wrapped around Situ Feng bit by bit and fiercely exploded. Boom! It was also at this time. Long Fei's heart rose to his throat as he prayed in his heart, "Please bless my old master. You must kill him. You must kill him." Long Fei would be unhappy if he did not kill him. Without a doubt, Situ Feng was a boss, one that could explode into pieces. The experience of the Avian Legion could be forgiven. However, Situ Feng must die, he must explode. A loud sound echoed out. Situ Feng's human form had changed into that of an ancient beast. His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood. Long Fei and the idea were boiling. According to the rules set by the system, as long as the person or monster that he dealt damage to died within a certain period of time, the experience would be his. Explode, explode, explode. A system announcement rang out in Long Fei's mind. Ding. Chapter 48_8419/2356683. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Long Fei was excited. Release your striking attribute. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Situ Feng * the Ancient Devil for gaining experience. True Chi Point, energy values +10. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ancient Devil's Soul. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ancient Devil Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Ancient Devil's Heart. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Magic Panacea Furnace. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spirit Stones. 219. Ding. Congratulations player Long Fei for defeating Situ Feng's * Ancient Beast. Rewards. Alchemy Technique level +1, Refining Techniques level +1, Beast Mastery level +1. The system notification rang out. Long Fei was a little confused. Damn, what's going on? Other than a magic panacea furnace, they were all Ancient Devil? It's not even as good as the items rewarded by the system. Whoosh! Notification. The soul of the Ancient Devil has been devoured by the God's Devil Ancient Case. Ding! Notification. The ancient vicious demon blood vein has been devoured by the dragon Salyer. Another 2 notifications sounded. Long Fei became even more foolish and scolded directly. We might as well devour the heart of the Ancient Devil. How can we live? Yan Huang Ancestor said slightly. This thing, let me eat it. 2 glances. Xiao Bai and Ice and Fire were the same. The heart of the Ancient Devil was still beating wildly as if it was still alive. Long Fei looked at the greedy gazes of the 3 of them and his heart shivered. He immediately said, "No one is allowed to touch him without my order, otherwise your JJ will be broken. Ancestor, tell me, do you think this ancient fiendish demon heart is powerful? If they wanted to eat it, it would be a good thing." Yan Huang Ancestor swallowed his saliva and replied, "It's not powerful at all. What's so powerful about it? Trash, look at how fresh blood is. I was afraid that I would dirty your space ring, that's why I said I ate it." Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. "Damn, you're lying to me? Patriarch, you're still too tender. Xiao Bai, tell me." Just as Xiao Bai wanted to say something, the old ancestor's eyes looked at him, and he immediately lost his temper and said, "It's really just like what the old ancestor said, it's useless, it's trash." Ice and Fire obediently replied in advance, "It's trash. It's useless." "Oh, so it's like that." Long Fei looked at Yan Huang Ancestor. Suddenly the idea moved and said, "Devour." Ding. Do you want to devour the heart of the ancient vicious demon? Long Fei said, "Devour, I must devour." Ding. Ancient Devil's Heart, devour. The heart disappeared. Yan Huang Ancestor was dumbstruck. He stared at Long Fei with his mouth agape and said, "You ate it?" Long Fei said, "That's right, since it's trash, I can only eat it myself. You guys are all fellows who eat holy artifact and spirit stones, of course this kind of trash can only be left for me. What's wrong?" The ancestor was completely dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Long Fei and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Long Fei replied, "I know, the heart of an ancient beast, it's just trash." Trash. Yan Huang Ancestor was on the verge of tears. That is the heart of an ancient beast, how can you eat it? That is the power and profound chi of an ancient beast. How can you eat it? My ancient beast heart. There's no point in living anymore. Not interesting at all. Long Fei said. You're the one who said trash. If you say that the ancient beast heart is a good thing, a top-quality item, then I will definitely leave it for you. Don't you know how good I am to you? So many holy artifacts have all been given to you to eat. Yan Huang ancestor. Xiao Bai and Bing Hua nearly had internal injuries and couldn't hold it in anymore. Long Fei continued to ask, Ancestor, you have yet to tell me what the heart of an ancient beast does. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to die. Yan Huang ancestor rolled his eyes and immediately disappeared. He no longer wanted to come out and talk with Long Fei. Long Fei muttered, Just what kind of power is it? Boom! Bang 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 bang! Long Fei's heavenly demon body's heartbeat was 2 times faster than before, the speed of the blood vein circulation was also twice as fast, and the strength of his body also instantly increased. All his stats had risen in an instant. What's the situation? Long Fei felt an inexplicably strong impact, and his entire body became excited. Ancestor, is this the power of the heart of an ancient beast? The profound Qi has been completely absorbed. Directly strengthening my body? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing his physical strength. Current level, Saint Body. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up his devil body. Current level, Level 4 God's devil body. Ha ha! Ha ha! Second level Holy Body, 4th level God's Devil Body. I didn't expect the ancient devil's heart to increase my physical body's grade. Ancestor, how is it? My level 2 Sacred Body is very sharp, right? My level 4 God's Devil Body is very strong, right? Ha ha! Long Fei laughed extremely happily. Yan Huang ancestor. He didn't want to talk. He didn't want to say a word. Just as Sidu Feng was killed, his body fell and was held back by Wild Ghost. Lonely Soul and Wild Ghost walked to the front of the 8 demon sect disciples and lightly said, He is the reincarnation of the Sky Demon, your supreme devil. You can take it back now. The matter had been settled. Now, he had to rely on Long Fei's own. He had to rely on his own ability to subdue the 8 great demon sects in order to become the supreme demon king. The elders from the Blood Sea sect walked out, looked at the 2 elders, and asked, Who exactly are the 2 seniors? Another elder walked over and said, You said that it was someone from the 8 great demons sect. You are forcing them into a corner, and if young Master Nantian dies, Nantian's sect will definitely attack the 8 great demons sect. You even let us take this brat and say that he is our supreme expert? Do you want to trap us, the 8 great demon sects, into a bottomless abyss? You're right. Even if this brat is the reincarnation of a sky demon, we can't bring him back to the demon sect. We definitely won't bring anyone back, no matter what. He is a scourge. They simply did not recognize Long Fei's identity. Everything was as both Lonely Spirit and Wild Ghost had expected. The people of the 8 demon sects were as timid as a mouse. They needed a strong rancor to lead them, and Long Fei was the most suitable person. Because Long Fei was a madman. Gu Hun laughed blandly. This kid still has a God's devil ancient case on him. The great elder of the Blood Sea sect immediately smiled and said, They are not willing to bring him, but I will. No matter what, he forced young Master Nantian into a corner, and is the most talented person in our demon race. God's devil ancient case? Immediately, the people from the 8 demonic sects all took a step forward and said, I'll take it too. He is an example to our 8 great demon sections. You too can rest assured, we will bring him to meet the demon race. Wild Ghost faintly smiled, placed his palm on Long Fei's back and said, Rest for a while. As a surge of power entered his body, Long Fei fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 5, equals half dash slash float life plus. He had to say something. I had a bad year this year, desperately trying to code words and getting scolded every day. What am I aiming for? I'm not a teenager, I'm a middle-aged uncle in my 30s. I have families to look after on both sides, and after the new year, I can be said to be constantly busy, doing my best to update as early as possible, even if I have to play around with relatives and friends. I don't dare to go to meetings with classmates and friends. I think about having a large number of readers waiting for me to update, and I also think about tomorrow's chapter, tomorrow's mission, and the plot. Everyone read it slowly. Wouldn't it be better if I wrote it slowly? Must it be the new year? Sorry. This nonsense cost you money. I'm sorry. 8_8419/2356684. Huff! Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath, then took it in. The scent of a woman entered his nose, causing his nerves to tighten and his eyes to open. You're awake? Xie Qin's mature, charming face entered Long Fei's eyes. There was a tinge of haggardness in his eyes, as well as an unconcealable worry and anxiety. Seeing that Long Fei had woken up, she let out a soft sigh, as the heavy burden in her heart had finally dropped. She knew what happened in the city lord's mansion. He also knew about Situ Feng transforming into an ancient beast. He also knew that Long Fei had endured a lot of pain. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, I feel very happy to see you when I wake up. It felt good to have someone to worry about. Long Fei had never experienced this before. In this life, many people were worried about him, and this feeling of being worried about him was really good. And then, Long Fei looked at his surroundings, and his brows slightly tightened. Where are we? Xie Qin laughed bitterly and said, Evil Sound Sex Confinement Realm. Huh! Long Fei's body moved. He sat up and said, How did I get here? Wait! Long Fei's brain began to frantically think about what had happened in the city lord's palace. I remember back then when I finished devouring the heart of the ancient devil, then. The two experts handed me over to the 8 great demon sections. The people from the 8 demon sects didn't want to accept me. The god's devil ancient case. Huh! My space ring. Long Fei moved his finger, and the space ring that was on his finger disappeared. The demonic set was still inside. The Thunder Dragon Rod, the Death-Calling God Seal was still inside. Dragon Salyer, Autumn Waterblade was still inside. The God's Devil Ancient Case was still inside. Opportunity, everything is in the space ring S. Holy sh*T. Long Fei immediately scolded angrily. Every single one of them was a top-grade spirit treasure, and every single one of them were his lifeblood. Without these, how could he continue to be like this in the future? I want to retrieve my space ring. Long Fei's heart trembled. He had to get it back. If anyone dares to touch this daddy's thing, I will definitely make them regret coming to this world. I don't care about anything else. However, these things were all exchanged with Long Fei's life. There were still a few SSS-level missions that he had to rely on to complete and had now lost. How could he tolerate this rage? At this moment, Yan Huang Ancestor coughed lightly and said, Don't be anxious, I have set a restriction on your space ring. In this world, only you can open the spirit space ring. That's impossible. He still had that much confidence. Long Fei's heart relaxed, but he still worriedly asked, What if they get angry and split the storage ring? Even if we can't split it open, what if it is destroyed? Ancestor, that is all I have. You know it. This was truly terrifying. Yan Huang Ancestor said indifferently, Don't worry, although my strength right now is not strong, I am still strong enough to protect a ring. Even the world's top refining masters cannot open it, so how can I destroy it? That would be even more impossible. Is that so? F***CK. Why didn't you say so earlier? My heart was beating so fast. Long Fei protected his chest. His expression was filled with panic. Xie Qin immediately asked worriedly, What's wrong? Where's the pain? Long Fei laughed faintly. It's fine, it doesn't hurt anywhere now. Since the space ring could not be opened nor destroyed, Long Fei was not worried. Anyway, if anyone dared to touch his ring and make him unhappy, then he. Oh, that's good. Xie Qin looked at Long Fei's original body and smiled. Long Fei laughed. Did I get attracted by the handsome guy's charming appearance? It's attracting your attention. I'm already old enough to be your aunt, and I'm attracted. Xie Qin made fun of her. Long Fei was indeed very powerful, very arrogant, very domineering. Any girl would be attracted by his unique charisma. However, she was a woman in her 30s. Even if she was attracted to Long Fei, she would still maintain her clarity of mind. Long Fei laughed and said, So what? What aunt? You look 1 or 2 years older than me. I'll call you sister. Long Fei glanced at Xie Qin then. His gaze uncontrollably fell on Xie Qin's large chest, and he immediately said, Elder sister. Xie Qin knew that Long Fei was looking at her chest, but he couldn't help but become happy. You little rogue, don't you think that your sister's tofu is not enough? I was born with a love for tofu, fried and cooked. Long Fei immediately played dumb. He had to say it. Xie Qin only looked to be around 21 to 22 years old, and she looked a lot more mature than those girls that were around 20 years old. And then again, large breast. Wow. Xie Qin rolled his eyes at Long Fei and became serious. Why aren't you worried? If you get locked up here, the people from the 8 great demon sects definitely won't let you go. Don't worry. Space Ring S couldn't open it, so he didn't need to worry. Long Fei saw that Xie Qin's face was still pale white, so it was obvious that he was injured. No. Xie Qin didn't want Long Fei to worry about her. She had already been imprisoned for 50 years, and no matter what, she wouldn't be able to escape from this place in her entire life. 50 years. For a woman in her 30s, it was longer than a lifetime. Long Fei suddenly held Xie Qin's hand, seeing the trace of blood on her arm. He pulled up his sleeves and looked, his expression suddenly changing. Xie Qin's entire arm was covered with a kind of scar. This kind of scar. It was made from sharp strings that were struck so deeply into the bone. It was as if the strings were striking the bone, and the strings also had a poison to them. It would never be better without the antidote. The venom coiled around him and seeped into his bones. His cultivation would not increase for the rest of his life. This punishment was too vicious. Long Fei had never seen it before. Long Fei exhaled lightly and asked while looking at Xie Qin, Sis, is it painful? Xie Qin laughed, shook his head and said, Not at all. When she knelt at the Evil Sound Palace, she thought that her impulse towards Long Fei would cause her to regret and ask herself, was it worth it for her to do so? 2 Miao 2 Bai. 2 Pavilion 2 now. There was nothing more worth it, she felt. If he was still a girl, she would definitely jump into Long Fei's embrace without a care. Long Fei gently lowered Xie Qin's arm, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Sis, don't worry, I'll bring you out immediately, I'll refine the antidote for you right now. Long Fei walked up to the entrance of the dungeon, lowered his voice, and roared, Open the door for this daddy. Chapter 18_8419/2356685. Go out? Go out? Refining an antidote? The twisting sound poison could be cured? In this world, perhaps only the sect master of the evil sound sect could cure him of this poison. Even the god's devil ancestor back then would not be able to cure him of this poison. Xie Qin also knew in his heart that he was unable to open it. The reason she didn't say anything was because he was Long Fei. Long Fei's voice continuously reverberated within the trapped sound prison, and not a single sound was emitted. Open the door for Laozi. Wang. This time, Long Fei used the true qi and roared again. The voice from the trapped sound heavenly prison echoed even more violently. The weak Xiaqin could not take it anymore. She did not reveal it and faintly said, "It's useless. This confinement prison is a sound trap doom. The voice from inside cannot be transmitted out. This was created by the ancestor of the evil sound sect, a place specially used to punish disciples." There was a sound wave all around. No entity. There was no door. It was a very strange formation. Long Fei's forehead turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe it either." His hands sank. He directly rushed into the sound wave, and the moment his body touched the sound wave, a buzzing sound could be heard. His ears felt like they were about to bleed. It was extremely uncomfortable. Long Fei's head was blown away as if it was about to explode. F***CK. Ambush in all directions. The impact of the sonic wave just now was like an ambush. His mind almost couldn't bear it. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a saint body of the second rank, he would probably have been crushed by it. It was also at this time. Ha 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 ha. Outside of the sound wave, a group of people walked in. Evil Sound Sect Master, Evil Girl Saints. The Sect Master of the Blood Sea Sect, Chiu Wantian. The Sect Master of the Blood Refinement Sect, Inu. The Sect Leader of the Mountain and Sea Sect, Chi Mei. The 8 great Sect Masters had all gathered. Their eyes were ice-cold as they looked at Long Fei, who was inside the confining sound prison, and their faces carried ridicule and ridicule. Evil Girl Saints disdainfully said, "Kid, where do you think this place is? How could a trash like you break through the confinement sound prison? He's simply overestimating himself." Chiu Wantian also sneered, "Let alone you, even the god's devil ancestor back then didn't know how to break out of this celestial confinement prison. You're asking for trouble." Ha ha ha. The 8 sect leaders all laughed in unison. At this time, Xiaqin rushed forward and directly knelt in front of Evil Girl Saints, begging, "Master, you can punish me, don't punish him." Humph. Unfilial disciple. The center of Evil Girl Saints' brows shook. His eyes stared angrily as he said, "I asked you to bewitch him into opening the space ring. Why didn't you do anything? You still dare to say that you two aren't having an affair? Bitch!" Long Fei was immediately annoyed. You can scold him. But scolding his friends was impossible. What's more, Xiaqin was his savior, his big sister. Big sister, that's even worse. Long Fei pointed at the Evil Girl Saints outside of the sound wave and cursed, "You ugly bastard, if you want to be weaker than me, who can be weaker than you? Are you suffering from endocrine disorders and Alzheimer's disease? That's not right. You are already an old woman in her 70s and 80s, how can you have any endocrine disorders? You've long since lost your eldest aunt. Tell me, how old are you now that you're not even here with your aunt anymore? If I were you, I would have killed myself with a mace." Cursing? Long Fei was invincible. She couldn't stand Long Fei's words. What big aunt, wolf-fanged mace, even if she didn't understand it, she would know what it was. Anger raged in his heart. Without waiting for her to explode, Long Fei's eyes stared straight and continued to curse. "What? Yearning for fire? You said you're already this old, so it's better not to make a fuss. If you get angry, you will grow old even faster. Look at the wrinkles on the corner of your eyes. What are you looking at me for? They say that women are 30 like wolves, 40 like tigers, and 50 like tigers that can suck dirt. I think you're not the only one who can breathe. I think you can suck mountains. If you can't hold it in and find a sharp stone to touch it, can't you make me forge a spiked mace for you? That would be great, even my aunt would come." Poochie. Ha ha ha. Poochie. The other sect heads of the 8 great demon sects could not hold it in any longer. If they continued to hold it in, they would suffer internal injuries. Long Fei was too good at cursing. Evil Girl Saints' face turned green, then red, as though he had suffered a strong attack. He was unable to retort back to Long Fei. Right now, she wanted to strangle Long Fei to death. Xie kneeled on the ground and pulled Long Fei's clothes. Stop it. Long Fei helped Xie up immediately and pointed to Xie's chest. Even though your chest is bigger than yours, I can see that you're shriveled up, and might as well have hung 2 steamed buns on it every day. Competing in looks, F***ck. Do you have a face? 38-year-old face, asymmetrical. How many layers of powder are there on it? Compared to your body, the way you look at your waist makes me nauseous. I want to compare if you have legs. Old granny, do you have legs? Any woman can be cheap because she has the right to be, and you don't even have the right to be, old woman. Every time, it got fiercer and fiercer. This time, it directly created a critical hit. Evil Girl Saints immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and a bright red damage appeared on top of her head. 1,000,000 damage. It was a complete mess. Evil Girl Saints's face was pale. He stared at Long Fei and said, I want to kill you. Long Fei had a cheap look on his face as he said, Come on, if you have the guts come and bite me, you'll bite me if I bite you. F***k. Evil Girl Saints was burning with anger, his entire body was trembling. Right now, she just wanted to tear Long Fei into pieces, especially that mouth, which needed to be stitched together bit by bit with needles. Even if she became a ghost, it wouldn't give him the chance to speak again. Long Fei's heart stirred as the idea sent a sound transmission. Wait until the Holy Maiden opens the confining sound prison. I'll pull you along, we'll rush out together. He was trying to enrage the evil girl saint. He had to seize this moment to charge out. However, evil girl saint seemed to be clear of everything. His fingers almost touched the mechanism to open the sky prison. He suddenly stopped and laughed sinisterly. You want to enrage me, so I can open the sky prison to escape? Ha ha ha! You think I'm fooled by you? Long Fei did not reveal any expression, but instead, he paid his respects to the 18 generations of ancestors of the evil girl saints in his heart. The other sect leaders' expressions also changed. Qiu Wantian said, The Holy Maiden is indeed the Holy Maiden. I was able to see through her in one go, ha ha ha. Baidu search. Half afloat, kid. You should just stay put. Obediently release the seal on the space ring, and hand the god's devil ancient case over. Long Fei grinned and said, You can't open the god's devil ancient case, right? Is it good? Chapter 28_8419/2356686. From the looks of it. It was indeed as Yen Huang ancestor had said, they could not do anything with the seal on the space ring. In that case, Long Fei was even less worried. Evil girl saints wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Long Fei, you're still too inexperienced. You think I'm fooled by you? Ha 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 ha. I am the sect master of Evil Sound Sect, how could I be angered by your words? Evil girl saints showed a very mighty look. Actually, she had been suppressing her anger the entire time, wishing that she could tear Long Fei into pieces. Others might not know, but Long Fei was very clear that the 1,000,000 points of damage from the critical hit was not fake. Qi Mei lost his patience and said, Don't waste time talking to him. Let him quickly release the seal on the space ring. We will take apart the god's devil ancient case. We can talk about other things later. Qi Mei is right. Young Master Nantian has been killed. This matter has been pushed to the head of our devil sect. Long Fei quickly released the seal on the space ring. They were very anxious. They were well aware of young Master Nantian's death, and knew that Nantian's sect would definitely not let them off. However, they did not want to give up on their god's devil ancient case. In their opinion, the reason why Long Fei was able to fight against Sidufeng was all because of the power within the god's devil ancient case. It was enough to make anyone excited. Evil girl saints also shouted, Hurry and release the seal on the space ring. At this moment, Long Fei was very pleased with himself. With a face full of pride, he turned around and walked to the stone bed. Sure. Kneel down and beg me. All of you, submit to me. I will consider giving you all the ultimate treasures from the gods' devil ancient cases. All of them are gods' devil blades, gods' devil loot, sky demon armors. Everything and this is the most basic treasure, the gods' devil ancient case are also hiding such a big secret, do you want to know? Heh. Kneel down and submit to me, and I will tell you. As long as all the sect heads of the 8 great sects kneel down, then his S-grade demon sovereign mission would be considered as completed. Then everything would be easy. He should kill. Damn it, die. Long Fei leisurely sat on the bedside with a complacent expression. Evil Girl Saints's face suddenly dropped, his eyes revealed a sinister look, and shouted, Long Fei, don't be too presumptuous. Ha ha! This brother is so impudent. Bite me if you dare. Long Fei's eyes stared wide open. He was extremely displeased with Evil Girl Saints. He was in his 80s and was dressed like a flower lady, and was even the holy maiden. It wasn't disgusting either. The most crucial point. She had used a heavy punishment on Xie. Unhappy. This was his greatest displeasure. Qiu Wantian's eyes darkened and he said, Long Fei, what kind of dog forced us to kneel because of your identity? Do you think it's possible? You're right. We are the 8 great sect masters of the devil race. Even if you are the reincarnation of a sky demon, you don't have the qualifications to make us kneel down. His voice turned sinister. Many of the devil sect leaders were displeased. Long Fei laughed. I don't care, anyway, since I am the only one who can open this space ring. Once it disappears, it will disappear. Since there aren't any losses to me, you guys are different. You 8 great demon sects are part of the Sky Demon clan. You can't even protect the things of the Master. Do you have the face to live in this world? Qiu Wantian squinted, and did not wait for Long Fei to continue speaking, and shouted, Long Fei, what exactly do you want? It's very simple. Kneel down, kowtow, submit to me. Long Fei said casually. Try it anyway. Even if it didn't work out, it didn't matter. There were still a lot of time left on the mission, so Long Fei was not worried. What if he succeeded? He wasn't at a disadvantage. Too arrogant. Evil Girl Saints could not help but burst out and shouted, Do you really think that I can't deal with you while you are in the confinement realm? It was also at this moment. Xie suddenly shouted loudly, Long Fei, be careful. Buzz buzz. A zither appeared in Evil Girl Saints' hands. With a move of the zither, the demonic music penetrated out and turned into a sound wave zither strings that were as thin as silk. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It directly penetrated through the sound wave and attacked Xiang Longfei. Xie used his body to block it. Ah! He cried out in pain as his body flipped in the air before falling to the ground and spitting out blood. The stones on the ground were cut into several pieces. The surface of the cut was extremely sharp and had traces of dark green venom on it. Sound twisting poison. Bone marrow. Bastard, you dare to block me? Evil Girl Saints opened his eyes and shouted. Long Fei's face changed drastically as he immediately rushed forward to support Xie. Sis, you. He felt pain in his heart. Then, Long Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and he said, If you want me to open the seal on my storage ring, that's fine. Whoever kills the old granny, I will immediately give him the god's devil ancient case's spirit treasure. I, Long Fei, will do what I say. Evil Girl Saints' expression immediately darkened. The 7 sect masters all looked towards the Evil Girl Saints. Evil Girl Saints scoffed slightly. Are you pig's brains? In that instant, it was true that the 7 sect masters wanted to kill, but, just as Evil Girl Saints had said, their actions were as stupid as pigs. Qiu Wantian said, Long Fei, stop playing tricks on me, you have no choice right now. Either open the ring and seal it, or die with her. Evil Girl Saints coldly said in contempt, I am the only one in this world who has the antidote for the sound-twisting poison. She has already been infected by the poison into her heart meridian. She won't be able to hold on for more than a few days. If you want her alive, then unseal the ring for me. At this moment, Long Fei was very unhappy. His rage reached the heavens. If he were to rush out now, he would definitely give this old woman, evil girl saints, a few big slaps. Long Fei walked forward step by step and said, "Hand over the antidote first." The corner of evil girl saints's mouth curled into a cold smile. You wouldn't dare to play any tricks. She could tell that Long Fei valued Xie Qin a lot. In his heart, he knew that Xie Qin was Long Fei's weakness. Then, evil girl saints took out a pill and with a flash, he placed it inside. Long Fei took the pill and fed it to Xie Qin. After the pill entered her body, the poison that was wrapped around her bones quickly recovered. Xie Qin's face also recovered its color as he smiled faintly at Long Fei and said, "Thank you." Long Fei forced out a smile and said, "Sis, I've let you down." Finished. Long Fei walked forward and said, "Hand over the ring." Evil girl saints looked at Qiu Wantian and said, "Leave it to him." Qiu Wantian was a little reluctant, but he also knew that it would be useless even if he couldn't open it with the space ring. He walked forward and said, "Long Fei, you better behave yourself." Table of contents. The space ring landed in Long Fei's hands. Suddenly, Long Fei's idea sank. Three-rate peerless technique. Dragon Salyer, come out. Chapter 38_8419/2356688. As soon as his voice faded. The Dragon Salyers were summoned and landed in Long Fei's hands. Three-rate peerless technique, an 8-fold increase in strength. Buzz! Long Fei held onto the Dragon Salyer tightly and bellowed, "I don't believe that this mere sound wave can withstand the power of the Dragon Salyer." Boom! Dragon Spirit Killer. Roar! A dragon spirit shadow was released and rushed towards the sound wall. The 8 sect leaders all paled, shocked by the power of Long Fei's sudden slash. Several sect heads were sent flying. Only evil girl saints stood there motionlessly, his face carrying a disdainful sneer. Rumble! 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 The dragon spirit shadow entered the sound wall and got lost. The strength of the Dragon Salyer was even more shocking. Clang! The Dragon Salyer flew out of his hands. Long Fei's arms were really numb, and his mind was buzzing loudly. It was as if a huge bell had exploded in his body, and it was unbearable. Useless. The power of the Dragon Spirit Killer was completely useless against the sonic wave wall. Evil girl saints laughed coldly. "Brat, you want to play tricks with me? You're courting death." As soon as he finished, evil girl saints fiddled with his fingers, and the dazzling sound of the zither entered the cage, sound heavenly prison like a ghost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Long Fei kept on dodging, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late, because the thin sound barrier was not aimed at him, but at Xie Qin, who was on the ground. Bam! Xie Qin's body was flung out from the impact. Bam! 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 His chest, waist, long legs, and peerless face were all covered in a fine, spiderweb-like line of blood. His entire body was covered in sonic poison. His body seemed to have been cut into countless pieces by the net. Xie Qin continuously spat out blood. Long Fei's anger in his heart rose up to 100,000 meters, and he roared loudly, "Old woman Xie Yin, I'll fuck your ancestors." Too cruel. I have seen cruel things, but I have never seen anything more cruel than the evil girl saint. Evil girl saints laughed coldly and said, "Didn't you say that her breasts are beautiful? Was her waist slender and her legs long? Was her face beautiful? And now? Wahahaha! You must be even more beautiful." Sinister. It was incomparably sinister. Even the expressions of the other 7 great sect masters turned cold, stunned by evil girl Saints' methods. Long Fei clenched his teeth and said, "No matter what, she is still your disciple. Why is she so sinister?" Evil girl Saints laughed coldly. "Disciple? If she's my disciple, then you should listen to me obediently and hand over the gods' devil ancient case. But she didn't. Therefore, she is not qualified to be my disciple. Besides, you have to be prepared to become my disciple." "Ha ha ha! You dog, this is the result of playing tricks on me. I can save her, I can destroy her, and we can fight? Are you qualified to fight against me?" His voice was like thunder, striking one after another onto Long Fei's mind. Long Fei was thoroughly enraged. Evil girl Saints laughed complacently and said, "Her injuries are even worse than before. You want the antidote? It's like listening to me like a dog, you understand? Don't be in such a hurry to answer. She still has 3 days of life left. I'll come back again in 3 days. I'll give you 3 days to think carefully before you answer." Finished. Evil girl Saints looked coldly at the dying Xie, his eyes filled with sinister intent, and said, "Scoundrel!" He waved his sleeve. He walked out with large strides. The expressions of the 7 sect leaders changed, and they swiftly followed up. He had to say it. Evil girl Saints' courage was the strongest amongst them. His methods were sinister and ruthless, using any means possible to reach his goal. Long Fei couldn't suppress the anger in his heart any longer, so he ran over to Xie side and asked, "Sis, are you all right?" Xie face was as pale as thin paper. He smiled weakly. "Big Sis is fine. Don't worry about me. Do whatever you want, Big Sis will support you." At this moment, Xie still did not regret the choice he had made. She was even glad of her choice. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms, causing dark red blood to drip down. He was extremely unhappy. He wanted to vent, but how? The celestial prison was a formation. He didn't understand the principles behind formations at all. He didn't have enough time to study formations. Looking at Xie weak appearance, Long Fei felt very upset. He said lightly, "I will definitely take you out, I will definitely save you." Xie smiled and said, "I believe you." Long Fei's heart once again hurt. "Xiao Bai, ice and fire, all of you come out." Boom! Boom! Xiao Bai's face was filled with anger. That old granny is too vicious, treating her own disciple with such cruelty. Can she even be considered human? "I just want to spray her to death." Xiao Bai said, "It should be like Master said, use a mace to stab her to death." Long Fei's voice sank and said, "I'm not calling you out for nonsense, I'm asking you to think of a way to break this formation." On one side of this huge, celestial prison was a sound wave wall. The other 3 sides are as hard as diamond, and it was possible that this place was a mountain, so it would be unrealistic to break through these hard rocks. If he wanted to break the array, he could only find a hole in the wall of sound wave. Xiao Bai and Binghua checked it carefully. Long Fei was the same. Xie said in a faint voice, "It's useless. I've seen the records of the confining sky prison. Even the god's devil ancestor is unable to break this sound barrier, so I don't know where the eye of the formation is." "Long Fei, don't worry about me. This place was formed by the heavens and the earth. Where was the core of the formation? Even if the formation masters could not find it, even the evil girl saints would not know. I'm afraid only the ancestors knew of this secret. I wonder where the core of the formation is?" Long Fei thought about it fiercely. "I've broken the dragon lock tactical method and the killing array, I don't believe that I can't break it." 3 days. He only had 3 days. Xie life also only had 3 days. Long Fei sat cross-legged, and began with the most basic of array formations. Bit by bit, the first day passed. Long Fei still did not have a clue. The next day passed. Still no. On the 3rd day, Long Fei still did not find anything related to the array core. His array was still at the elementary level, he was simply unable to comprehend the profoundness of the array. At this moment, Evil Girl Saints walked in once again with the 7 sect masters. Evil Girl Saints' face was full of pride. "Brat, have you decided yet?" Long Fei looked at the ugly face that he was so proud of, and anger rushed into his head. Evil Girl Saints smiled slightly. "You think a trash like you can break the sound trap array? How ridiculous!" Disdain was written all over his face. Pride. Xie Qin knelt down weakly and said, "Master, please spare him. Semi/floating life plus. Humph. Slut!" Evil Girl Saint said coldly. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes lit up, grinned, and said, "You can't break this bullshit formation, right? This old man will break it for you now." Chapter 48_8419/2356689 Sound Trap Array. Sound Trap Array. Sound Trap Array. Long Fei thought about it for a good 3 days, until his brain almost broke. He still didn't understand. However, just a moment ago, Evil Girl Saints' 2 words that sounded like a sound trap array caused him to suddenly have an epiphany. He had always ignored the 2 words sound trap array. The secret of it lay in those 3 words. Evil Girl Saints laughed. "Break the array? You broke the formation for 3 days, but you still haven't broken it. Ridiculous, extremely laughable." Qiu Wantian shouted. Long Fei, stop struggling at death's door, obediently hand over the god's devil ancient case. The sonic confinement formation was created by the ancestor of the evil sound sect. No one can break it. Yeah, don't waste time. The several sect heads started talking. Evil Girl Saints smiled slightly and said, "If he wants to break it, then let him. We have plenty of time anyway, so this bitch Xie Qin doesn't have time." Ha ha ha. She wasn't worried, because no one could break the sound trap array. Even she didn't know where the eye of the array was located. How could he break the formation core if he couldn't find it? Long Fei was not anxious either. He looked at the Evil Girl Saints and laughed. "What if I can break it?" Ha ha ha. Evil Girl Saints laughed out wildly and said, "Kid, when the ancestor Xie Yin created this sound trap array, he issued the first sect rule: whoever can break this sound trap array is the new sect master of Evil Sound Sect. If you can break it, then you are the sect master of the Evil Sound Sect. I can kneel down and kowtow to you." Indeed, this is the first sect rule of Evil Sound Sect. Xie Qin also followed. This is indeed the first sect's rule of Evil Sound Sect, and to date, no one has been able to break it. Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "I'm not interested in you kneeling down and kowtowing, I just want to smack you a few times, is that okay?" Evil Girl Saints' face turned sinister, the muscles in the corner of his eyes twitched, and he laughed coldly. "Sure. What if you can't break it?" Long Fei said. "Tell me." Evil Girl Saints said, "Hand over the god's devil ancient case, hand over the dragon Salyer, and hand over that head of divine beast too. War pet space." Xiao Bai said angrily, "Do you want me to use my spiked mace to stab you?" Binghua said, "I want to burn her." Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Sure." Xiao Bai. Table of Contents. Xiao Bai slightly said, "Master, don't joke with me." Binghua also trembled and said, "I don't want to follow this old demoness. I can tell from her that she has a special hobby. I'm willing to die." In their eyes, Long Fei had not been able to figure out the mysteries of the array for 3 days, so how could he figure it out in an instant? They didn't believe it. They had studied this formation before, but had no clue at all about it. Evil Girl Saints laughed out loud and said, 7 sect leaders are also witnesses. At that time, don't let others go back on their words." Qiu Wantian replied, "No problem at all. They also wanted to end this early." Long Fei broke through the array? It was impossible. Xietqin pulled on Long Fei's clothes and shook his head, saying, "Don't, it can't be broken." Long Fei slowly supported Xietqin and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely break it. From today onwards, I will definitely not let you kneel down to anyone ever again." And then, Long Fei looked at evil girl saints and said, "Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully." His right arm sank. The divine power revolved. 3 minutes later, a punch was sent out, directly hitting the thick hard rock. Rumble! Rumble! There was a deafening sound coming from inside the mountain, but there were no changes to the sound barrier array. The boulder had only cracked, and the crack was only a few meters wide. Long Fei took a glance and thought, it should be possible. At this moment, evil girl saints laughed coldly and said, "Is this what you meant by breaking a formation? Ha ha! Useless, are you joking?" Qiuwantian said, "Stop wasting time, you should just admit defeat, no one can break the sound trap array." Just when they were feeling proud, Long Fei threw his second punch. Rumble! Rumble! On the second side, an incomparably hard rock was also cracking. The cracks on the second side were similar to the cracks from earlier, which were several meters long. At this moment, the sound wave wall was slightly distorted. Evil girl saints' face turned ugly. Long Fei walked to the front of the third gigantic boulder, smirked and laughed coldly. "Sound trap formation, sound trap formation. The secret lies in these stones. Because these stones are echo stones." Rumble! The third punch flew out. Another huge rock was shattered. At this moment, the sound wave wall became more and more distorted. But it did not shatter. Evil girl saints relaxed and laughed complacently. "Did you see that? The sound barrier is still there, and you haven't broken it yet. Kid, you lost." Within the battlefield, Xiao Bai said bitterly, "We're finished." Binghua followed. "Brother Xiao Bai, have you prepared a wolf-fanged mace?" Qiuwantian also said slightly, "Long Fei, you've lost. Hurry up and hand over the god's devil ancient case. You lost." "I admit defeat." Everyone began to talk. Obviously, Long Fei lost. Because the sound wave wall was still there, it meant that the sound trap array had not been broken. Evil girl saints laughed complacently and said, "Did you hear that? You lost. Hand it over like a dog, ha ha." Lost. Long Fei walked forward step by step with a smile on his face. He then walked to the side of the sound wall and faced evil girl saints as he repeated once again, "I lost." Evil girl saints said complacently, "You lose." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei suddenly roared in his heart, "Three-rate peerless technique." It was also in the midst of lightning. Suddenly, a slap was heard. "Did I lose?" "Pah!" A resounding slap sounded out. The sound wall disappeared. Evil girl saints' head sunk. This slap had caused her eyes to shine with stars. Not waiting for her to react, Long Fei slapped him again. "Has Lousy lost?" "Pah! Three-rate peerless technique. It had 8 times the strength." Furthermore, the power of the god power in his right arm was also released. In that instant, without waiting for her to land on the ground, Long Fei took a step forward and slapped her again. "Who's the one who loses now?" "Pah!" It was incomparably loud. Bam! Evil girl saints was once again sent flying, heavily smashing onto the ground. Everything was too fast. He was so fast that he didn't have any time to react. Just a second ago, evil girl saints was still feeling proud, while the 7 great sect masters were still feeling proud. But in that second they had all turned into idiot. The sound trap array was broken. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, Long Fei became the new sect master of the evil sound sect. They were all sisters of the sect master. Long Fei took a step forward, stepped on evil girl saints' head, then smiled sinisterly like the god of death and said, "Is that good?" The evil girl saints was angry, completely infuriated. Chapter 5. Thank you all for your rewards, monthly tickets, and a harmonious reading. 8_8419/2356690. Evil Girl Saints was angry. Evil Girl Saints was angry. The dignified sect master of a evil sound sect was actually humiliated like this? 3 slaps. Having been slapped 3 times in front of the heads of the 7 great demon sects, he had never been humiliated like this before. She was unhappy. He felt extremely displeased. However, just as she was about to crawl up from the ground, Long Fei grabbed with his right hand and directly grabbed the dragon Salyer and held it against her neck. The 2 eyes of the sinister dragon spirit shadow on top of the dragon Salyer were staring straight at her, as if it would devour her if she moved even a little. Too fast. It was unimaginably fast. Evil Girl Saints' face sank, his cheeks were red and swollen, as he said gloomily, "Long Fei, you're dead for sure today." Long Fei said lightly, "I don't know if I will die or not, but I am very clear on whether you will die or not." If not for the sound-binding poison in Xie body still not being dispelled, he really would have ambushed this old granny 2 times and killed her. The Evil Girl Saints' gaze tensed up as he stared at Qiu Wantian, who was not far away, and said, "Sect Master Cho, why are you still standing there without making a move?" The heads of the 7 great demon sects did not leave. They were all shocked. How did Long Fei do it? Breaking through the sound array was simply too difficult. If it was that simple, they would also want to break through the array. Because, once they broke through the array, they would be able to become the sect master of the evil sound sect. Qiu Wantian slightly smiled and said, "Holy Maiden, don't be anxious." He turned to Long Fei and asked, "How did you break the array? I really want to know." The others nodded as well. For the tens of thousands of years that the sonic sealing array has been in this mountain, even the god's devil ancestor has not been able to break it. How did you break it? Just smashing the rocks? I've carefully researched it. Those rocks aren't formation apertures at all. Even if they were shattered, it would be of no use. How did you break them? Rather than saving Evil Girl Saints, they wanted to know how Long Fei broke the sound array. You know, this was the strongest secret of the sound trap array, a secret that had been puzzled for tens of thousands of years. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's useless to tell you guys about this matter because I guessed it too randomly, ha ha ha." Blindly guessing? Not at all. This was all thanks to the fact that Long Fei had accidentally seen the Science Education channel in his previous life and found a rock like the Echo Stone. The 3 boulders weren't the core of the formation, but they were more important than the core. As long as they had the same strength, they could destroy the inside of the rock and the sound trap array. Everyone shivered. Chi Mei coldly snorted. I knew he was making wild guesses. No one can break the sound barrier array. It's impossible for him. Evil Girl Saints was completely crushed by the dragon Salyer. Especially, the ancient, fiendish aura of the dragon Salyer crushed her mind. Even though he was an expert of the level 7 War Emperor, she did not dare to move recklessly. Evil Girl Saints shouted, "Sect Master Cho, can we make a move now?" Long Fei laughed faintly. "Do it? Old Demoness, do you think you're still Evil Sound Sect Lord? According to your master's rules, I am now the new sect master. Just now, when I broke the sound trap array, all the disciples in Evil Sound Sect knew about it. You're just an old hag now, you understand?" Long Fei laughed in disdain. As soon as he finished, Long Fei coldly snorted and said, "Right now, I order you to hand over the antidote for the sound-binding poison. This is your only chance of survival." Xie Qin was almost at his limit. One more day at most. If he didn't treat her now, he would really die. This was what Long Fei was most worried about. Qiu Wantian's eyes moved extremely quickly as he looked at Long Fei, then at Evil Girl Saints, and then he thought of the Evil Sound Sect. Evil Sound Sect was the best location amongst the 8 great sections. It was also the place with the densest spiritual chi of heaven and earth. With evil girl saints watching over him and her zither protecting him, his blood sea sect simply had no chance at all. But if evil girl saints dies, that was different. The world would be much quieter. It was just a matter of time before the blood sea sect occupied the entire evil sound sect, and from then on, all of the female disciples in evil sound sect had beauties. Chiu Wantian laughed lewdly in his heart and said to himself, Long Fei, I will slowly settle the score of killing my son. And then, Chiu Wantian smiled blandly. Holy maiden, Long Fei is right, you are just a young lady now, you are no longer the sect master of evil sound sect, there is no use in saving you. If we save you, we will instead split the gods' devil ancient case's treasures, don't we? Ha ha ha. Vengeance sect leader is right. Previously it was divided into 8 parts. Now we only need to split it into 7 parts. Old Demoniciain, just accept your fate. Ha ha ha. The 7 sect leaders all smiled. Long Fei was also sneering in his heart. I knew it would be this kind of situation, filled with greed, basically not putting allies in their eyes. How can the devil sect grow to be like this? This is a complete mess. However, this situation was actually advantageous for Long Fei. At least, if it was a one-on-one battle, he would definitely not be a match for evil girl saint. Long Fei laughed complacently and said, Old Demonis, if you want to live, hand over the antidote. Ha ha ha. Wahahaha. The evil girl saints laughed sinisterly. He raised his eyes and stared at Long Fei and said, I never would have thought. A mere lowly commoner actually wants to become the sect master of the evil sound sect. All right. Evil girl saints' body trembled as he said, You want the antidote, right? Sure. The evil girl saints moved and took out a bottle, saying, This place is the antidote for the sound twisting poison. As soon as he finished, a ball of flame seeped out from evil girl saints' palm. Boom. They all exploded. The bottle immediately turned into powder, while the evil girl saints released waves of demonic sound. It was like a tsunami. Bam! 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 The entire cave looked like it was about to collapse. Yen Huang ancestor was shocked. A wave of energy immediately protected Long Fei's mind and his mind as he said, Protect your mind well. Pfft. The distance was too close, and Long Fei was unable to endure the impact of the level 7 War Emperor's power, and was directly sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the second saint body, Long Fei's head would explode. Evil girl saint's eyes turned sinister. He actually didn't die? Kid! Just you wait, I'll definitely come back. She didn't dare to keep fighting. Because Long Fei still had 7 demon sect masters by his side, she could not gain any benefit. Whoosh. 36O search. Half floating / / equals. Evil girl saints turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. You dog, just you wait. Her shrill voice still echoed in the air. Long Fei's mind and sea of consciousness began to churn. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he forced himself to calm down, because there were still 7 sect masters in front of him. Yi Zichen glared at him like a tiger staring at its prey. Chapter 18_8419/2356691. Evil Girl Saints' Sudden Critical Strike. Evil Girl Saints' Sudden Critical Strike. That demonic sound attack was something he did not expect. He thought that the Evil Girl Saints' demon notes could only be released using the demon zither. He never expected that she had actually cultivated it to the point of using her powerful sound to attack. Long Fei was unable to resist it. The Evil Girl Saints escaping was definitely a hidden danger. However, what Long Fei had to worry about right now was not the Evil Girl Saints nor the 7 great demon sects, but Xie Qin, whose life was on the line. Only the Evil Girl Saints had the antidote to the sound twisting poison. The antidote was destroyed. Xiaqin's life was hanging by a thread. If he did not hurry up and research for the antidote, Xiaqin's life would not be preserved. Long Fei flipped over and walked to Xiaqin's side, gently lifting her up. At this time, Qiu Wantian smiled faintly and said, "Long Fei, the demon which has left. Now you can hand the god's devil ancient case over." "I should hand it over. Long Fei, if you don't hand it over today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this cave." Now, the seal on the space ring had been opened by Long Fei. They could just rob him. The reason they did not do so was because they were worried that the god's devil ancient case would not be able to open it. Long Fei's gaze darkened as his anger burst forth. He spat out a single word coldly, "Scram." The expressions of the 7 Grand Masters changed. Qiu Wantian was instantly displeased and shouted, "Long Fei, don't be too presumptuous. Today, either you hand over the god's devil ancient case or—" Qiu Wantian's eyes turned sinister, his killing intent erupted, and he paused for a moment before saying, "Or die." His voice was cold. Killing intent rose in his heart. The others did the same. The power of the level 7 War Emperor was released crazily. Long Fei was enraged. "All right. You want the god's devil ancient case, right? I'll leave it to you." Finished. Long Fei moved and immediately summoned his god's devil ancient case. The god's devil ancient case was floating in the air, the dense demonic qi spread out, the entire cave was filled with a demonic qi, it was extremely strong. The 7 demon sect leaders were shocked, their eyes burning with greed. "It's the god's devil ancient case. It's an ancient box left behind by the god's devil ancestor. It can't be wrong." The ancestral note mentioned that the god's devil ancient case looked exactly like this. Ha ha ha! They were boiling. Long Fei coldly snorted and said, "Can you scram a little now?" Qiu Wantian immediately took a step back. No one would care about him now. Everyone cared about the god's devil ancient case. As for Long Fei, where it was cool had nothing to do with them. Xiaqin said weakly in Long Fei's embrace, "It's not worth it, not worth it. For me, you aren't worth it to do this. The god's devil ancient case belongs to you." He was incomparably weak. Looking at the weakened Xiaqin in his arms, Long Fei felt an incomparable amount of pain in his heart. He smiled lightly. "To me, right now, there's nothing more important than you. So what if you're a god's devil ancient case? Even if it were my life, I would not even bat an eyelid. Sis, don't worry. I will definitely save you. I swear to the heavens." Long Fei said the last sentence word by word. To him, 100 gods' devil ancient case were not as important as Xiaqin's life. One lives in this world, except for the things one pursues, and something to guard. So what if he was strong? All the people around him had already died. What was the point of being strong like this? The god's devil ancient case was very strong, extremely powerful. Even the Yan Huang ancestor did not know where it came from, nor did he know its full use. However, in Long Fei's eyes, although he could not take the things, he could only take one life. Xiaqin blocked the attack for him with his life. Long Fei had to repay this debt. He carried Xiaqin and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, kneeling evil sound sect disciples were everywhere. All of them were beautiful beyond compare, like beautiful fairies. Seeing Long Fei walking out of the cave, the leading disciple suddenly knelt down. "We greet the sect master." It was also at this time that all the thousands of female disciples kneeled down and shouted in unison, "We greet the sect master." They already knew when the sound barrier array was broken. They had no choice but to obey the first sect rule that was left behind by the master, otherwise, they would be deceiving their master and exterminating their ancestors. All of them knelt on the ground with incomparable respect. Even if Long Fei was a man, it would still be the same. That was the first male sect leader in the history of Evil Sound Sect. Everyone felt awkward, but they still respected and didn't dare to disobey him. Long Fei's heart was also startled. Seeing that each and every one of these girls was a peerless beauty, he secretly wa in his heart. Every day they would sleep together without repeating anything for several years. In the past, Long Fei would always laugh like AB*TCA. Wasn't this the land of dreams that he wanted? However, he wasn't in the mood to care about that right now. His voice was low as he asked, "Who has the antidote for the sound-binding poison?" The disciple shook his head and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "Only Sect Master can cultivate and cure the sound-twisting poison." "Then do you know the antidote formula?" Long Fei asked again. The female disciple shook her head again, reporting to Sect Master, "We don't know that every time a Sect Master was born, they would enter the forbidden land of 10,000 een. The twisting sound poison was also refined in the forbidden land of 10,000 een. So, without waiting for her to finish speaking, Long Fei immediately said, "Bring me to the 10,000 een forbidden grounds." He couldn't wait any longer. Xie didn't have much time. Xie face revealed a pained look and said anxiously, "Long Fei, don't go in. How can you be in the een field? A man like you will be sucked dry of your vital een and become a dried-up corpse. You must not go in." The female disciple added, "The Grand Master is a man. The forbidden land of een is a land of absolute een. If the Grand Master were to enter, I'm afraid." She didn't dare continue. Long Fei did not care about all this and shouted, "Bring me there." Looking at Xie who was in his arms, Long Fei said gently, "Don't worry, I, Long Fei, will bring the person that I want to save back even after entering the King of Hell Palace." Half an hour later, within a valley that was surrounded by een energy. The temperature here was more than 10 degrees above the ground. The chilly wind was bone-chilling, causing people to shudder. As a male, Long Fei felt even more so. "Sect Master, the forbidden land of 10,000 een, only Sect Master can enter the forbidden area of our evil sound sect. We do not have the qualifications." Long Fei placed Xie in the disciple's embrace and said, "Take good care of him. There's more. Be careful before I come out. If the sect leaders of the 7 great sects were to invade, you all don't have to resist. The person they want is me, so I probably won't kill you all within the short term. If they are violent and bloodthirsty, then you will directly enter the forbidden land of een. This is my order, do you understand?" The sect heads of the 7 sects were a hidden danger. If evil girl saints fled, they would definitely make a move against him. Baidu's sister-in-law A half. Floating Life strongest upgrade system and the God's Devil ancient case. They couldn't open it at all. Was it so easy to obtain Long Fei's things? After instructing everything, Long Fei stepped into the 10,000 een forbidden land. Chapter 28_8419/2356692. Rumble. 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 Half an hour later, the mountain of the sound trap array suddenly collapsed. A black shadow soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. "The magic box is mine." Boom! With a bellow, the 7 figures transformed into 7 beams of light before disappearing into the horizon. In midair, Qiu Wantian was enraged. "Gone, gone, the magic box is gone. Old fart, it's all your fault. If you didn't fight with me over it, would the God's Devil ancient case have disappeared?" "Humph. Qiu Wantian, if it wasn't for you wanting to take everything for yourself, would such a situation have occurred? Old Devil Shadow, don't say you don't want to keep it for yourself." "Humph. God's Devil ancient case, all of God's Devil ancestors' soul treasures are inside, who doesn't want to take them all for themselves? You guys touched your conscience and said, who doesn't want to take them all?" "Ha ha. Conscience? What is conscience? Can you eat it? As a devil, what sort of conscience do you have?" None of the 7 sect masters managed to snatch the God's Devil ancient case. Even if they managed to snatch it, they wouldn't be able to open it. In this world, only Long Fei could open the magic box. It was also because of this that Long Fei handed it over without thinking. Qiu Wantian frowned and suddenly said, "We've been tricked." The 6 of them fell silent. They all looked at Qiu Wantian. Qiu Wantian continued, "We were tricked by that Long Fei brat. He had long planned everything for us. He knew that we would snatch it and also knew that the god's devil ancient case would fly away. I've been tricked." How preposterous! Qi Mei from the mountain and Sea Sect flew into a rage as he dove down. In half a second, boom! Qi Mei was enraged. His right hand grabbed out a gigantic axe and roared, "Long Fei, you dog, get out here right now!" The sound was like a monster's. It enveloped the entire Evil Sound sect. The Evil Sound Palace began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. "Who dares to cause a ruckus outside my Xieyin Hall?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of women with a variety of musical instruments flew out from the hall and landed in the air above the training grounds. One of the disciples had a sinister look on his face as he said softly, "Mountain Sea Sovereign, this is the Evil Sound sect. Please show some respect." "Respect? Humph." Qi Mei rolled his eyes, the giant axe in his hand moved fiercely, and hacked down, directly turning the huge training grounds into ruins. The ground cracked and bulged, just like after an earthquake. Qi Mei sneered and said, "Is that considered respect? Hurry up and call out Long Fei the dog. Otherwise, I won't treat it with such respect." Qi Mei's forehead turned sinister. He was incomparably furious. He placed the giant axe on his shoulder. His gaze darkened and roared again, "Long Fei, get the hell out here! Stop being so arrogant!" Demon Note Formation. A female disciple coldly snorted. Her fingers moved and released a demonic sound. It was also at this moment. The other disciples all pulled on their instruments at the same time, and a demonic sound was released. Their bodies were also moving crazily. Waves of demon notes, along with waves of killing intent, formed a huge demon note array that smashed towards Qi Mei. Qi Mei stood in the same place and laughed coldly. "Even the evil girl Saints has left. How dare trash like you show your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me? You're courting death." Boom! A strange force exploded out of Qi Mei's body. As the gigantic axe fell down, both of his fists sank, and his chi sank within the pubes. Around his feet, circles after circles of sand swirled up, and his body became a mess. "The demons are roaring!" Boom! The terrifying howls of a monster were released from his body, directly shattering their demon notes. Dozens of figures in the sky vomited blood as they fell to the ground. His face was incomparably pale. Qi Mei picked up the gigantic axe on the ground and walked out. He walked in front of a female disciple and shouted, "Where did Long Fei go? How can I tell you where the sect master went? I don't know." The female disciple responded strongly. The corner of Qi Mei's mouth drew back, and the giant axe in his hand dropped. Poochie! His body was split into two, and fresh blood spurted out from his wounds. Qi Mei didn't even blink as he said darkly, "I, Qi Mei, hate it when others play with me the most." Qi Mei walked to the other female disciple and asked coldly, "Tell me." It was also at this time. Qiu Wantian and the rest descended, looking at the mess around them. They revealed smirking complacency. "You won't tell me, right?" Qi Mei raised the gigantic axe in his hand again. "Descend." Poochie! The head fell to the ground. Death. Qiu Wantian smiled and said, "Brother Qi Mei, you're in too much of a hurry. You should give her more time to think it over." "Exactly. What a beautiful fairy she is. It's such a pity to kill her. Leave her to the blood refinement sect, and I guarantee that she'll tell us everything." "Ha ha ha!" Qi Mei ignored him, walked to the side of the third disciple and snorted, "You're not going to say?" The female disciple looked away and said, "I don't know, if you want to kill me, then kill me." "Aya!" Qiu Wantian laughed and said, Brother Chi Mei, this is something that we can kill. Puchi. Another axe fell and that female disciple was killed. The third person was killed. The 13 fairies of the Evil Sound clan were left with only 10 people. It was also at this time. Amongst the hundreds of Evil Sound disciples who rushed out of the hall, one of them was the head disciple who followed Long Fei just now, Xie Yun. Xie Yun's face darkened as he thought to himself, as expected, Sect Master is right. Immediately, Xie Yun moved through the air and landed on the dilapidated plaza, saying, Sect Master Chi Mei, we indeed do not know where Sect Master is. Sect Master entered the sound house and turned into a streak of light that flew away. We simply do not know. Not waiting for her to finish. Puchi. Another head fell to the ground. Chi Mei's lips curved up into a cold smile. Now do you remember? Don't talk nonsense with me. The one I want to look for is Long Fei, it's your new sect master. Now, think about it carefully, otherwise. While they were talking, he walked to the 5th disciple's side. The sharp edge of the axe was only a few centimeters away from the female disciple's neck. One of the disciples who walked in front of Xie Yun whispered, Big Senior, why didn't you say it out loud? Breaking the sound trap array and becoming the next sect master? What the hell is he? The position of sect master of Evil Sound sect should be yours. We still have to protect him and that bitch right now. Why are we doing this? Moreover, he is a man. There is not a single good thing in this world for a man. Not waiting for her to finish. Xie Yun's face turned cold and he slapped down, Pa. If you dare to speak nonsense in the future, it will not be as simple as a slap. Xie Yun became furious and said solemnly, All of you, listen up. Once Long Fei breaks the formation on the master, he will be the sect master of our Evil Sound sect. Do you understand? Apart from this, what moved Xie Yun was that, for Xie Qin's sake, she was willing to enter the 10,000 yin forbidden grounds, which was a place where she would definitely die. Qiu Wantian laughed coldly and said, Since you aren't saying, then kill. Someone will definitely say that before we kill them all. Chapter 48_8419/2356693. Qiu Wantian's voice was as cold as ice. Qiu Wantian's voice was as cold as ice. Before he could finish, he moved his body and cut off the throats of the remaining 8 female disciples, then pointed his sword at Xie Yun and laughed. Let's see how many people in your Evil Sound sect aren't afraid of death. Shua. His sword was like a phantom as it furiously reaped the harvest. The Evil Sound sect disciples welcomed them one after another. They didn't expect what Long Fei had told them to do. Seeing their sisters killed one by one, a ball of fire burned in their hearts. They all rushed forward with all their might. The 7 sect leaders began hunting him down. Ha ha ha! Little beauty, come play with me. Ha ha ha! The head of the Blood Refinement sect carried a petite, pure girl disciple and flew out. Big Senior, please save me. Big Senior, please save me. Eldest Senior Sister. From the building not far away came the sound of tearing clothes, followed by a mournful scream. Ah! Ah ha ha! I've always wanted to try out the taste of the Evil Sound sect's disciples. Today I've truly tasted something extraordinary. Awesome, ah ha ha ha! The sect master of the Blood Refinement sect smiled obscenely. And then, his crazy sprint. Tears rolled down the face of the female disciple beneath him. She looked as if she was dead and didn't even let out a cry of pain. They were too strong. All of them were level 7 War Emperor warriors. They were not his match. Besides killing, there was also humiliation. The humiliation of the soul, the humiliation of the flesh. These sect masters of the 7 major demon sects were not humans, nor were they demons. They were bastards that could not be compared to beasts. Ha ha ha! This is great. This time, I'm going to be satisfied with 2. The sect master of the Blood Refinement sect flew out. With one step, he jumped into the crowd and easily grabbed the two young female disciples and flew away. The female disciple from before had picked up her sword and touched it to her neck. She was dead. His eyes widened. He died with grievance. Too cruel. Long Fei, why aren't you quickly coming out? Ha ha! Your evil sound sects are all about to die. Qiu Wantian laughed crazily. He stared at Xie Yun and said, "Are you still not going to say?" Xie Yun's entire body was injured. His face was pale as he said, "Qiu Wantian, don't even think about getting half a word from me." "Humph! You overestimate yourself." Qiu Wantian's brows twitched, and the floating sword beside him suddenly thrusted forward. It directly pierced towards the center of Xie Yun's brows. Just at this moment, a disciple rushed forward, using his life to block this sword. He looked at Xie Yun and shouted, "Big senior sister, quickly, quickly, escape!" Xie Yun was so heartbroken that she wanted to go crazy. "Junior sister apprentice. Eldest senior sister, run! Quickly run!" A complete collapse. How could they possibly be a match for the 7 sect masters? Their cultivation bases were too weak. The whole of martial arts arena was filled with corpses. In another building, there were female disciples lying on the ground. The remaining evil sound sect disciples quickly retreated. It was also at this time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cold, gloomy sound of a magical zither rang out. Qiu Wantian's mind shook and immediately stopped. Evil Girl Saints is back? The other 6 were also stunned. Evil Girl Saints was also a level 7 War Emperor ranker, and the demonic zither in her hands was extremely sharp. Although she was not afraid, she had killed so many of her female disciples. I am afraid, Evil Girl Saints carried his demon zither and descended from the sky. She had not left the cave from the time she came out. She also wanted to obtain God's Devil Ancient Case S, and even she knew where the God's Devil Ancient Case was flying to even better than Qiu Wantian and the others. Master is here. Eldest senior sister, Master is back. The Grand Master is back. The evil sound sect's female disciples were all cheering. The female disciples all went up to welcome him with cheers. As long as Evil Girl Saints was present, the 7 sect leaders would not dare to act recklessly, and they would not die. Xie Yun looked at the floating master, her mind shook, and immediately shouted, "Don't go over there, everyone don't go over there." Not waiting for her to finish, Evil Girl Saints' gaze turned cold. "You damn bitches! All of you, go to hell!" Buzz buzz! His fingers moved, the zither notes were like a demon's. They formed a saber energy that swept out like a half-moon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of female disciples' heads were chopped off and exploded. Compared to the methods of the 7 sect heads, her methods were even more ruthless. Extreme cruelty. Xie Yun shouted loudly, "She is not our sect master. Our sect master is Long Fei." In this instant, the Evil Girl Saints was no longer her master, and had nothing to do with the evil sound sect. The last shred of hope had been shattered. Their hearts felt like they were dying. They ran towards the forbidden land of 10,000 een like walking dead bodies. It was too unexpected. Qiu Wantian never thought that the Evil Girl Saints would actually kill his own disciple so violently. Qiu Wantian laughed loudly, "Ha ha! Holy Maiden, you really have good methods." "Humph! Qiu Wantian, what I want to kill is that dog Long Fei. As for the disciples of the evil sound sect, you can kill as you please, it has nothing to do with me. However, if anyone dares to steal Long Fei's head, I will fight with them." Evil Girl Saint said coldly. She hated Long Fei to the bones. Qiu Wantian laughed out loud. "No problem, there is absolutely no problem at all for you to kill Long Fei, but it has to be said clearly, the God's Devil Ancient Case S." Not waiting for him to finish, Evil Girl Saint's eyes turned cold. "I only want Long Fei's head." "Understood." Qiu Wantian was ecstatic. He was worried that the evil girl saints would fight with him for the god's devil ancient case. Chi Mei said slightly, "Holy maiden, do you know where Long Fei is?" Evil girl saints laughed coldly, "The forbidden land of 10,000 yen." "Huh! Huh!" Chiu Wantian said lightly. "The most evil place in the entire demon realm, it should be said to be the most evil place in the entire South Horizon region. Men will become mummies if they enter. Women go in." Chiu Wantian looked at the evil girl saints and suddenly said, "Long Fei has already entered?" Evil girl saints laughed. "Don't worry, he won't die that easily." She had been to the forbidden land of 10,000 yen and knew some things about it. The forbidden land of 10,000 yen, the land of absolute yen, was also the most evil. Where is it? Even if she went in once, she wouldn't be able to tell. Because, that time, she had only entered the first level and didn't dare to enter again. Too terrifying. She believed that Long Fei was only at the first layer. A mere level 2 war elder would not be able to enter the second layer. Then the evil girl saint sneered and said, "Kill all the way through and kill all the disciples of these evil sound sects, then wait for Long Fei to crawl out from inside." Chapter 48_8419/2356694. The most poisonous thing was the woman's heart. The most poisonous thing was the woman's heart. There was nothing wrong with his words. Evil girl saints could no longer be described as vicious. Her poison had reached a level that no one could compare to. Xie Yun brought the unconscious Xie Qin to retreat and fight. There were only 300 or so evil sound sects left when the entire 3,000+ disciples retreated to the 10,000 yen valley. More than 2,700 people were killed. It only took half a day. "Senior sister, what should we do? Are we going in?" "Senior sister," Xie Qin slightly said. "Elder senior sister, stop Long Fei go in." If they didn't go in, all of them would die. Xie Yun's brows tightened and said, "Enter the forbidden grounds." Under Xie Yun's lead, the 300+ people swiftly entered the 10,000 yen forbidden land. The evil girl saints slowly descended. Looking at the entrance to the forbidden land of 10,000 yen, he let out a cold laugh. "Something that doesn't know its limits, do you think you can live just by entering? How ridiculous! All you will do is die faster." Chiu Wantian, Chi Mei, Yin walked over. Chiu Wantian asked, "Holy maiden, are we going to let them in just like that? We're not going to chase after him?" Evil girl saint sneered, "If you want to die, then go chase them." The sect leader of the blood refinement sect, Yin, had a lewd smile on his face as he said, "What a pity, I have yet to taste that kind of feeling. What do we do now?" Evil girl saints coldly spat out one word, "Wait." She knew how dangerous the forbidden land of Yin was. Even if she went in once, she wouldn't dare to recklessly go in again. Waiting was the best way. Chiu Wantian also knew that the 10,000 yen valley was no ordinary place. Just the evil yen chi alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. Chiu Wantian smiled, "Then we will wait." And then there was Long Fei. The moment he entered the 10,000 yen forbidden land. Xiao Bai scout. Ice and fire, fly at a low altitude, pay attention to the movements in the air. Understood. Yes, sir. One wolf and one dragon rushed out of war pet space. Long Fei kept his eyes on his surroundings, and the surrounding yin chi swirled around his mind, as if it was constantly absorbing his profound spirit chi. Yen Huang ancestor slightly reminded him. "Brat, there's something wrong here. Be careful." Roar! Xiao Bai roared. At this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yin Snake for obtaining an experience point. True Chi is 1,500 points, energy values is 1 point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Yin Snake Courage. Item. Yin Snake Gall description. One of the items needed to refine the twisting sound poison. Long Fei looked at the system description and his heart tensed up. Indeed, there is no mistake. There is a poison refiner, but there must be a detoxification one. The one refining the poison is the snake gall, then the detoxification one. It must be some kind of spirit grass. All living things are at odds with each other. Long Fei immediately checked carefully to see if there were any special spirit grass around. Half an hour passed. At this moment, boom! A devil's shadow descended from the skies, firmly landing in front of Long Fei. God's devil ancient case. The corner of Long Fei's mouth slightly lifted and lightly smiled. I'm back! The God's devil ancient case swayed gently, as if it had an intelligence of its own, and understood Long Fei's words. Long Fei moved his right hand, and the God's devil ancient case obediently landed on his right hand. Long Fei withdrew the idea and put it back inside the space ring. At this moment, the God's devil ancient case did not enter the space ring, but instead suddenly flew out. Whoosh! They landed in a dark corner and found a young spirit grass with 2 young leaves. Long Fei quickly walked up, looked at the spirit grass that was holding on to the size of a pinky, and asked, "Is this the spirit grass used to detoxify the sound poison?" The idea moved. Through the system. Item: Sound Yuan Magic Grass Description: a spirit grass that can dispel sound poisons. This is it. But this is just a young spirit grass. It doesn't have any medicinal properties. What use does it have? Long Fei was bitter. This kind of spirit grass was completely unable to enter the pill furnace's alchemy. He couldn't withstand the attacks of the true qi. Useless. At this moment, once again, the God's devil ancient case seemed to understand what Long Fei was worrying about. A wave of demonic energy was released and directly swallowed the young spirit grass. Buzz. The God's devil ancient case trembled. The box opened. A mature sound elemental magic grass appeared on top of the box. Long Fei was completely shocked. Damn, what's going on? Yan Huang Ancestor was also instantly in an uproar. Ha ha. I said it can allow spirit grass to grow faster. I was right? Ha ha. How could a dignified High Lord Yan Huang make a mistake? Yan Huang Ancestor had been depressed for half a month because of this. What do you mean fast growth? This was an instant growth. However, Long Fei and the Yan Huang Ancestor did not know that, but that was because the power that the God's devil ancient case used to devour the soul of the ancient devil was exactly what Sidufeng had said it would be. God's devil ancient case required a soul sacrifice to be able to activate a stronger power. However, he only knew one, not knowing the other thing. The reason why God's devil ancient case were able to grow in an instant was because of the spirit grass that were bred underground in the blood sea. During the process of growth, some of the spirit grass's profound qi was absorbed. It was only then that the tender Yin Yuan demon grass began to grow. Ha ha ha! Forefather, you're awesome, aren't you? Long Fei was also excited. The God's devil ancient case was a treasure. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yin Snake for obtaining an experience point. True Qi is 1,500 points. Energy values is 1 point. Ding. Ding. The deeper one went, the more Yin Snake there were. Moreover, they were all 5-level monsters, and their defensive and offensive capabilities were extremely strong. Ice and fire, you follow me? Yes, sir. Ice and fire rushed down, flames immediately spitting out of his throat. Brother Xiao Bai, I'm here to help you. Long Fei brought the God's devil ancient case to quickly search for the sound origin magic grass. He was the most worried about Xie Qin's sound binding poison, and he needed to hurry up and get out. A few hours later, Long Fei had already found over 50 Yin Yuan demon grass, but just as he was about to leave the forbidden grounds, Xiao Bai suddenly shouted out in fear, "Boss, you better come and see for yourself." Binghua also took a step back. With his Adam's apple rolling slightly, he said, "We are in danger. F***ck. You are all divine beast. Can't you have some backbone? Even when facing divine beasts, you can't say such words." Long Fei looked down on them and walked forward. In front of him was a ravine. The ravine was a passageway that led into the depths of darkness. 36O search. Half floating // equals. The two sides of the gorge were filled with bright red flowers. This flower Long Fei had a sense of familiarity. Looking at the gully again, Long Fei's eyes suddenly froze, his scalp went numb, and his entire body shivered. Without any hesitation, he retreated a step and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 5. Table of Contents 8_8419/2356695. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Why? Because the ravine was filled with snakes, a sea of snakes. It was a huge snake, dozens of meters wide, as thick as a bucket. This alone was not enough. If it was these, Long Fei would not flee but be excited, because these were all experience points. How could he run away? Of course it was to start a massacre and turn everything upside down. Then why did he run? Because one of the snakes had grown half a human body, Lamia, daughter of the devil snake. The snake girl's head was covered with small snakes, constantly flicking her tongue, and her body was emitting a unique magic power. It was extremely cold. Moreover, when Long Fei was looking at the crack, the Lamia was also looking at him. If she did not run, he would become a stone. Medusa? Or the serpents, Cassiopeia? No matter what. Long Fei did not want to provoke him. Those two eyes were staring at him in pain. At the very least, he did not want to provoke him right now. Xiao Bai caught up and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Ice Fire said, "Master, you aren't scared, are you?" "Scared? Fuck, will I be scared?" Long Fei immediately pretended to be very fierce. "I don't want to kill innocent people. Everything in the world has life, it's not good to kill too many people." Amit Ba. Scared? Would Long Fei say that in his previous life, he suffered from the fear of being possessed by the Lamia? He liked to play online games and he also played competitive games. Naturally, he had played the same game in the 101s, and it wasn't bad, but he had met the disgusting Lamia before. From then on, he had the fear of being possessed by the Lamia. He tried to avoid her as much as he could, but he couldn't. Every time, it was black and white TV. Very annoying. It wasn't that his mechanics were bad, nor was it anything else. It was just that in his heart, there was truly a fear, the fear of being able to kill an infinite number of people. Thus, when he saw the snake girl in the ravine, he immediately thought of the snake girl in the 1010. The fear in his heart once again surged to his heart. Huff! Long Fei exhaled and cursed in his heart. Damn, I didn't think that I would bring all the fear I had from my previous life here. After running for about 10 minutes, after confirming that no snakes were chasing after them, Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Bai asked, "Master, what do we do now?" Ice and Fire also said, "That gully is also a passage to the second level. Moreover, Master, did you see the flowers on the wall that were drenched in blood?" Flowers. That flower immediately appeared in Long Fei's mind. His mind shivered as he thought to himself, "I believe it has sounded out, that is a blood orchid from a movie about the python's calamity, and it has the effect of prolonging one's lifespan." In the movie, the snakes only grow like big trees after eating that flower. Long Fei nodded and said, "I see it. Ice and Fire, do you recognize it?" Binghua said slightly, "I'm not sure, but if it is, it should be a flower of life and death, also known as the equinox flower. This kind of flower's power is extremely strong. The snakes didn't rush out because of the flowers. Those flowers are about to mature. They will only bloom for a minute, and if you miss this minute, they will wither and lose all their strength. It will take you thousands of years to flower again, and this kind of flower only blooms in the Infield, and is said to be the place where life and death are linked. Binghua said slowly. Although he was a young dragon, he had saved most of his memories. In the world, only the Dragon Clan could do this. Only the Dragon Clan knew about these secrets. Yen Huang ancestor also slightly said, Ice and fire are right, this is indeed a equinox flower. Didn't you say you want to refine the sonic twisting poison as an antidote? This kind of flower is also an essential spirit grass. Huh! Long Fei was stunned. So you're saying, I have no other choice? He wanted to concoct the antidote for the twisting sound poison, and he needed to, but if he could not obtain the life and death flower and was unable to refine it, then Xie Qin would definitely die. This way. Long Fei had no other choice. He had to go, even if he had to. Then, Long Fei stood up and said faintly, Xiao Bai, ice and fire. Here. Here. One wolf, one dragon, one standing on Long Fei's left and one right, their eyes like torches waiting for Long Fei's orders. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. He took out his dragon salyer, pointed at the ravine, and said, Target, Sea of Snakes, advance. Yes, sir. Yes. Xiao Bai and Binghua were the first to walk out. Long Fei took a step forward, and when he wasn't paying attention, he tripped over a rock and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Xiao Bai and Binghua turned around to look at Long Fei's staggering appearance. Xiao Bai said slightly, Master, are you afraid? Long Fei. Xiao Bai slightly said, If you're afraid, then let's go. Ice and Fire muttered, Brother Xiao Bai, why would Master be afraid? Have you ever seen your master afraid? Long Fei. The two divine beasts sang the same tune, causing Long Fei to want to get angry, but he was sure that there was still a little fear in his heart that had not been cleared, but since he had already made up his mind, then do it. What rubbish are you talking about? Stop my command later. Long Fei shouted loudly and bolstered his courage. When he thought about the great move of the Lamia in his mind, he started to worry. I hope you're thinking too much. I hope this isn't a Cassiopeia, and definitely not a Medusa. She's just a pure white woman, a gentle white lady. No way. Bai Xuanzhen is too strong, she's just an ordinary demon beast. Long Fei secretly said in his heart. Long Fei and the other two walked for an entire half an hour on the road. They had already reached the edge of the ravine. Long Fei moved, linking to Binghua and Xiao Bai's idea, and said, You guys take a step back, I'll go take a look first. He leaned forward slightly, and in that instant, the pair of eyes in the ravine suddenly turned and stared at him. The snake girl on top of her head flicked her tongue at him. F***CK. Long Fei was instantly angered and cursed in his heart, I'm afraid of you when I play games. Why would I be afraid of you in this different world? If I don't screw you today, I will change my surname to yours. I am a wild king fighter. Ice and fire. Boom! Ice and fire soared into the sky as Long Fei leapt onto the dragon's back, spit them to death. Ice and fire surged through his throat as flames blanketed the entire ravine like a fiery bandit. Rumble! Rumble! Flames shot to the sky. However, Long Fei looked at the damage floating above the snake heads, and his heart tensed up. Damn, his defense is too powerful. Ice and fire. Lock on to the target. It's locked. Ice and fire 9 heavens. Long Fei moved and instantly released the idea. Crack! The sky turned, the power within the 9-layered heavens burst out, and the power beam from the first layer shot down vertically. Boom! Baidu search. Half afloat, 4-digit damage? I'll be fucked. Ice and fire, prepare the power of the second heaven. Chapter 18_8419/2356696 Ice and fire 9 heavens. Ice and fire 9 heavens. It contained the probability of instant death, and could instantly kill any ranker below the War Emperor realm. However, the impact of the first stage's power only created a damage of less than 2,000. Even Long Fei was speechless. This defense is way too strong. Immediately, without even thinking about it, Long Fei immediately ordered ice and fire to prepare the power of the second heaven. During this time, ice and fire also grew by quite a bit. Now, he didn't need to forcefully release it. His current power was enough to support the release of the second heaven's energy. The ice-fire idea moved, the energy in its body swiftly vacating. It said faintly, "Master, we're ready." Long Fei's idea and the ice and fire idea were connected together. Joint attack. Ice and fire 9 heavens, second stage. Ice and fire thunderbolt. Gotcha. A loud sound rang out in the sky as the 9 heavens started to madly revolve. Lightning started to wreak havoc as the power within the second heaven activated. It was as if the power was descending from the heavens. The entire forbidden land of 10,000 een was in turmoil. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Long Fei looked at the pair of eyes within the flames and said faintly, "Blast it for me." Boom! The fiery blaze thunder locked onto its target and struck down vertically. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Huge snakes continued to rush forward, blocking in front of the Lamia, and continued to bombard her. Those huge snakes were directly blown to smithereens. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing leader of the Een Snake for obtaining an experience point, True Chi X 800, energy values X1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing leader of the Een Snake for obtaining an experience point, True Chi X 800, energy values X1. Ding! The system kept ringing. Long Fei was also extremely excited and furious at the same time. Feeling good? Infinite single kill? F*CK. I am afraid of you now? Hearing the system beep, Long Fei's entire body started to boil, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. An ice and fire like thunder attack is several times stronger than the one from the fire prairie. If touched, it might even instantly kill a War Emperor ranker. Hee. So cool. As long as those Een Snake leaders could pounce on them, they would be killed instantly. Not only that, his ice-fire thunderbolt attack hadn't weakened in the slightest. If he locked onto the target, he would definitely attack it. This was a skill. Boom. The lightning that was formed by interweaving ice and fire struck the Lamia's head, but those tiny snakes no longer showed any arrogance. Instead, they let out hideous shriek. Lightning crashed to the ground. The whole ravine was filled with lightning. Ding, ding, ding. These were all Een Snakes, or perhaps the sounds of the Een Snake's leader being killed. A few seconds passed. A bright red number floated above the Lamia's head. At this moment, Long Fei's scalp felt like it was about to explode. Fuck! What defense? It's impossible for the Lamia's defense to be this strong. She's just a fragile piece of skin, how can she be so valiant? At this moment, Yen Huang Ancestor suddenly warned, "Danger! Buzz!" Yen Huang Ancestor released a stream of power, immediately blinding Long Fei's eyes. Ah! The Lamia let out a mournful cry, causing all the snakes in the ravine to tremble. As she shouted, a strong and strange power emerged from her eyes as Long Fei shouted, "Ice and fire." The sound covered the entire midair. Ice and fire quickly petrified, from the top of her head to her wings, her body petrified in a flash, just like Medusa and Cassiopeia. Ice and fire. Master! Xiao Bai also let out a loud roar, leaping up with a step. His body suddenly exploded as a wolf god's spear appeared in the sky. Shwa! The wolf god's lance struck down. The Lamia was also furious to the extreme. Her eyes were covered in a layer of gray energy and aura as she roared again. Ah! Wolf God who was falling from the sky had been petrified by the impact, as he fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. It was also at this moment. Bing Hua's entire body was petrified. If he were to fall down, his body would definitely shatter. Long Fei clenched his teeth, rolled over, and landed under the ice and fire. Pulling the power from the ice and fire, he moved and heavily pulled the ice and fire out of the ravine. Hiss, hiss. The snake's tongue had electricity, and the venom continued to spew out. The moment Long Fei dropped the ice and fire onto the ground, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Bai, come back!" The wolf god's spear was shattered. Xiao Bai was so angry that he turned into a mess. He did not care about anything else as he directly rushed into the ravine, exploding forth with the full might of his divine beast. "Do you want to use my wolf god's spear? I want to get rid of your ancestors." He killed madly. He did not care about the venom that was spraying on his body. He did not defend at all as he continued to charge at the lamia. The sea of snakes in the ravine pounced forward crazily. Xiao Bai was engulfed. Xiao Bai. Long Fei's heart tightened. "Fuck. I don't believe it today." Yan Huang ancestor said, "After you kill that lamia, the petrification on Bing Hua's body will disappear. Remember, you must be fast." Long Fei held the dragon salure tightly in his right hand and leaped into the air. God's devil blade, autumn water blade, appeared in his hand, floating in the air. Long Fei carried his blades on his back, his eyes like that of a ferocious beast. 3-blade stream. Hu Shou. 1. 3 tiger-like lines of power were released and heavily struck down. The lamia's huge tail swept out, blocking the 3 sabers. Bam! A scarlet number floated above her head, but at the same time, Long Fei was also thrown backwards by the huge tail. Bam! Smashing into the wall of a equinox flower that was dripping with blood. The area below the equinox flower was densely packed with thin snakes that were as dense as wire. Long Fei moved, both his blades moved like lightning, and said with a heavy smile, "You're protecting these flowers, right? I will destroy it!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. They crazily killed all the equinox flower. The lamia was going crazy. Bam! It was also at this time that the engulfed Xiao Bai's body immediately grew bigger and thicker, shaking a large area of giant snakes away. "This is crazy, right? The more crazy you are, the more I want to destroy these flowers." The lamia was angry, and Long Fei became even more furious. The ice flame was petrified. If he did not have a trace of power from Yan Huang ancestor, he would have been petrified as well. The ice fire was in danger right now, and the anger in Long Fei's heart was 10,000 times stronger than the lamia's. When Long Fei destroyed those equinox flowerets, the sea of snakes in the ravine pounced towards Xiang Longfei without caring about their lives. No one paid any attention to Xiao Bai at all as they madly pounced towards him. Just like that. These equinox flower were like their ancestral tombs. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight scattered down. Yin moon. The yin qi suddenly doubled. The temperature in the true valley plummeted. It was also at this moment. Yan Huang ancestor said excitedly, "The equinox flower is about to mature." Chapter 28_8419/2356697. The equinox flower is about to mature. The equinox flower is about to mature. As the moonlight scattered down, the flower buds of the bloodied equinox flower began to move, and each flower began to emit an unusual aura of power. This aura was very special. Just as ice and fire had said, there was a link between life and death. It could be said to be wonderful. He really couldn't bear to pull himself out. However, Long Fei, who was still burning with anger, did not care about all that. "I don't care what kind of equinox flower you are, what you can't bear to pull yourself out, what wonderful things. If you don't let me feel good, I will definitely not let you go." He now knew why these Yin snake and lamia did not chase after them. It turned out that they were all protecting the equinox flower that was about to mature. Long Fei pointed to an equinox flower that was about to mature, and smirked as he stared at the lamia. Do you want it? The lamia's eyes were extremely vicious. However, without waiting for her to speak, Long Fei slashed fiercely. Shwa! The equinox flower was chopped into pieces, its rhizomes swiftly withered, the petals withered, and it immediately turned into powder. There was no aura of power. Hiss, hiss. The lamia was furious. If looks could kill, then Long Fei would already be dead. The entire ravine was filled with snake howling and raging, but no snake dared to approach Long Fei, much less attack him. Because Long Fei was stuck on the equinox flower's wall. If one was not careful, they would injure the equinox flower, because that was something they had to protect for 1,000 years. It was a sacred object in their hearts. Long Fei also observed this point and silently thought, so, the equinox flower is your weakness. Heh heh. Xiao Bai, kill wildly. If any one of them dares to fight back, I will cut down an equinox flower. Long Fei shouted loudly. Xiao Bai was also extremely angry and replied, Understood. At this moment, Xiao Bai turned into a killing machine with wolf claws. He killed crazily, and everywhere he went, not a single blade of grass grew. Ding! Ding ding ding! Every time Xiao Bai killed a snake, a prompt would sound out in his mind, and his experience soared crazily. Those snake opened their mouths wide open as they rushed towards Xiao Bai. Without waiting for them to bite down, Long Fei sneered, cut off a stalk of equinox flower and said, You dare to be arrogant? Fuck, why don't you try again? The snake leaders immediately retreated, not daring to bite down at all. Yan Huang ancestor slightly said, This is simply a waste of heaven's resources, sigh. These are all good stuff. Long Fei also knew that this was a good thing, but he knew even more that no matter how good something was, it was not as important as his brother's life. Nothing could compare to the life of a brother. Long Fei was just like that. Once he decided on this brother, he would go through fire and tread on water, and wouldn't even frown when a blade touched a sea of fire. Let alone a mere equinox flower. Even if it was his life, he would absolutely not hesitate. The life of brothers, this was Long Fei. Yan Huang ancestor gave a faint reminder, don't forget the antidote for the twisting sound poison. Just a tiny bit of the flower petal's power is enough for you. There's only a little bit of time left before maturity. Xie life depended on this equinox flower. Long Fei's heart tensed up, stared at the lamia and sneered. You want these equinox flower? If you want to, then smash yourself into the wall. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. The 10,000 snake seemed to understand Long Fei's words. They all climbed up and flicked their tongues at Long Fei. Seeing that, Long Fei raised his blade and chopped down, causing another large group of equinox flower to shatter. The snake began to tremble. Their bodies immediately curled up and shriveled up. Long Fei bellowed, Why aren't you being arrogant? Continue. Lamia. Do as I say or else. Suddenly, at this moment, the uppermost equinox flower had matured, and its flower bud had bloomed. It was like an incomparably enchanting blood-colored eye, carrying with it an aura of death from hell. Similarly, it also gave off the boiling atmosphere of heaven. Life and death intertwined together. That feeling, Long Fei was unable to explain it, but it was as if everything had become incomparably wonderful. More importantly, Long Fei's dragon salure was still a little far from that quasi-mature equinox flower, so it was impossible for him to cut it in an instant. Yan Huang ancestor's voice also became excited. It has matured, kid, it only has a minute to pluck before it wilts, and if it's picked early, it will wither as well. Quick! Snatch! Long Fei's heart was moved, and his body also followed along. At this moment, The Lamia, who had been patient the entire time, also moved. Her body attacked like a ghost, the snake's tongue flicking. She directly swept towards the mature equinox flower. The snake's tongue was like lightning. As long as she caught it, that equinox flower would be hers. She only needed one, and you can completely evolve it. All the snake were staring at her and cheering because the snake trust was already within reach of the equinox flower. The Lamia's eyes also shone with excitement. She was also excited. However, the corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back and he laughed out wildly. Do you think I, your father, would go steal the equinox flower? Wrong. What I want is not the equinox flower, but your life. Hold the knife with both hands. Lifting it to his back, Long Fei's idea sank and roared out loud in his heart. Three-rate peerless technique. Boom! S aura suddenly changed. Tightening the space between his brows, his eyes lightening fast as he locked onto the snake girl's tongue that was spitting out of her mouth. In that instant, Long Fei roared, Dragon God's Berserk Slash. Rumble! The dragon spirit shadow shot out. The blood of the dragon Salyer flashed. Crack! It hacked down heavily. The Lamia's long tongue was cut off. It was also at this moment. Nearly 3 million points of damage. What an absolute punch! Ah! The Lamia let out a blood-curdling screech as blood spurted out from her mouth. Her body frantically struggled, sweeping her huge tail across the ravine. The entire ravine was in chaos. The entire forbidden land of 10,000 een was trembling. Ah! Woo! Ah! A ghost-like wail sounded out. I need you to be sick while you're sick. Long Fei grabbed the mature equinox flower and placed it among the space ring. This one was enough. With just a little bit, he could refine the antidote for the sound-binding poison. Right now, he did not need to care about the other equinox flower. What they wanted was to kill. When the Lamia was enraged, the sea of snakes in the ravine was also furious, and they all pounced towards Xiang Longfei with their lives on the line. Fei! Give me some firepower. As soon as he finished, Long Fei summoned his Thunder Dragon Rod and with a sinking body, he jumped into the crevice of the sea of snake. He roared in his heart, Thunder Dragon Rod. 10,000 great thunderbolt. Fair flew out from the Thunder Dragon Rod's pearl and said, Elf element. Buzz. The strength of the Thunder Dragon Rod suddenly multiplied. The 8 lightning dragons madly shot out. Chapter 38_8419/2356698. The scene was like a substation explosion. The scene was like a substation explosion. The high-voltage electricity rampaged crazily. The power of thunder and the power of fierce lightning element enveloped the entire ravine. The 8 dragons angry. Thunder rumbled in all directions. The sea of snakes in the ravine turned into powder. When it came into contact with the lightning, it instantly split into 2. The next time it touched, it split into 2, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, in Long Fei's mind, the system beep was like a dam releasing flood, gushing out like a torrent. It wasn't ding, ding, ding sounds, but rather wave after wave of rumbling, rumbling. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing leader of the Een Snake for obtaining an experience point, True Chi X 800, Energy Values X1. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Een Snake Courage. Congratulations to player Long Fei for defeating Een Snake for obtaining experience points. True Chi 1500 points, Energy Values, 1 point. Congratulations! It sounded like a madman. This feeling was simply too thrilling. Awesome. Not only were the Een Snake constantly being killed, the equinox flower on the wall also became ashes. The Yen Huang ancestor shouted, Equinox flower, Equinox flower, Equinox flower, oh my god! My Equinox flower boy you are simply. This sovereign is going crazy from your anger. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yan Huang ancestor was so angry by Long Fei that he almost died. These equinox flower were not ordinary things. However, Long Fei didn't care at all. He had already obtained a equinox flower. As long as he could cure the poison in Xiechin's body, it would suffice. As for the other things, Long Fei had never thought of them before. Ice and fire were still petrified. He had to kill the lamia as soon as possible. Oh, Long Fei did not think about the equinox flower. Within the lightning field, the lamia constantly let out furious roars. Looking at the equinox flowers that had matured into powder one by one, she directly went berserk. I'm going to kill you. The voice was abrupt and unclear, but it was clear what she was saying. Long Fei laughed coldly and said, Kill me? Then come. Three-rate peerless technique. Without waiting for the lamia to rush up once again, Long Fei charged up with the dragon salyer in one hand. Then it's coming. Boom! Bedevilment! When the heavenly demon chi was released, the blade of the dragon salyer changed to a bloodied blade, and that sinister blood dragon spirit shadow resided on the blade. Move! Swish! In the blink of an eye, it had already landed beside the lamia's body. With a slash from the dragon salyer, the blood-red dragon god roared out. The lamia exerted all her strength as well. Bam! Bloody light shot into the sky. Long Fei was flung out. The lamia also staggered back a few steps. A bright red number floated up above her head. Again. Boom! Long Fei once again exploded out. Boom! Clang! The dragon salyer flew out of his hand from the shock. Long Fei was sent flying and he fell to the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as his eyebrows shook and he clenched his fists tightly, as if he had gone insane. Continue! Bam! Bam! Long Fei was no longer afraid of the lamia hair. Furthermore, the lamia hex was no longer effective against him. Although the Yan Huang ancestor was angry, his power was still continuously provided to Long Fei, and was protected by both of his eyes. As long as he could protect her eyes, the lamia's move would be useless against Long Fei. Just like in the 101th move, with her back facing the lamia, only a small amount of damage and movement speed would be slowed down, but it didn't have any petrifying effect. Boom! The god's devil blade was sent flying. The level 4 god's devil body Long Fei was also wounded, and was dripping with blood. What a pity! I can't wear a sky demon set. The demonic set was still in the seal, so he had to complete the mission of being the demon lord before he could remove it. However, so what? Long Fei swatted his palm, his body bounced, and rushed forward once again. At the same time, Xiao Bai continued to kill. The system beep in Long Fei's mind did not stop there. 1 hour passed. Long Fei continued to fight with all his might. The lamia's expression became more and more unsightly. The amount of blood on her head had also decreased by half. 2 hours passed. Long Fei was still continuing, his strength not diminishing by even a little. He was still frantically fighting with his life on the line. The lamia's health fell yet again. 3 hours passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, War Elder level, level 3. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed madly. He recovered all of his attributes, recovered his full strength, and returned to the peak realm. Long Fei laughed madly and said, Xiao Bai, continue to kill. Snake Girl, I want to wash away my shame. The anger from his previous life had exploded out. What was this? Infinite bedsheet killings? I'll ride on your back today and kill you. Long Fei, who was in his best condition, suddenly shot out and hugged the Snake Girl, roaring in his heart, 3-rate peerless technique. Boom! With an 8-fold increase in his attributes, Long Fei exerted strength into both his arms, and the veins on his body bulged as his blood-red color wildly surged, and he roared out, get on the ground. Boom! The Lamia was also severely injured and riddled with scars. Long Fei's sudden recovery of his full condition, strength and true qi shocked her. In that moment, she let a little bit of carelessness fall to the ground as Long Fei threw her. Ha ha ha! Without waiting for the Lamia's resistance, Long Fei sat on her chest and aimed at the 2 lumps of meat. He extended his right hand and clenched his fingers from his pinky to her thumb. They formed a fist. He aimed at that ball of flesh and smashed it down. Boom! The Lamia's body trembled and it caved in first. His left fist punched out again. And then, the storm-like attacks flattened, sank, leveled, and then, the fight turned into an airport. During this period, those Yin snake that were not dead yet pounced on Xiang Longfei crazily, and Long Fei's entire body was bitten. But he didn't care at all. Make a move on my brother? This is the result. Boom, boom. You want to petrify me? This is the result. Killing me alone without end, this is what happens to me. Arrogant. Arrogant in front of lousy, you're still too inexperienced. Long Fei roared as he continued to bombard the snake girl, causing the blood on her head to fly faster and faster. He was getting more and more excited. Prepare your striking energy value. Heh heh. Long Fei looked at the half-dead Lamia and excitedly laughed. I'm going to blow you up. His fist speed increased. The power was even more intense than before. The Lamia was now stunned by the attack and could not react at all. Punch after punch from Long Fei. Equals semi/floating life plus, and then again. With all the equinox flower destroyed, she had already given up all hope. Looking at the last bit of blood, Long Fei hugged his fists and laughed. Snake girl, explode for me. Ding. Chapter 48_8419/2356699. The last drop of blood. The last drop of blood. The final punch. Striking energy value. Release. Long Fei's idea touched her striking energy value. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Woman of the Devil Snake for obtaining 1 experience point, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Devil Snake's Eye. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Devil Snake Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Holy Artifact, Snake's Sword. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Devil Snake Core. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the secret skill Poison Casting Technique. Do you wish to learn it? A series of explosions sounded out. Long Fei was beyond excited. Ha ha. Devil Snake's Eye, is that it? Is that it? Can you petrify eyes? At this moment, Long Fei was incomparably excited. Because these eyes might be the snake girl's eyes, which were also Medusa's eyes. Long Fei could not wait any longer, so he opened the system to take a look. Item: Devil Snake's Eye Grade, Divine Level. Description 1, only the demons can fuse them. Description 2, possessing the power of petrification of death, once released, the opponent will be petrified. The higher the level of the opponent, the shorter the petrification time. Description 3, can only be used once a day. Description 4, upgradable. As expected. As expected, it really is the eyes of the Lamia's move. It's just that it's not as strong as the Lamia's skill. Eye of the Demon Snake, hee hee. It's too exciting. Long Fei moved his body and said, merge. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with Devil Snake's Eye. The reward is 100 experience points, 100 true chi, and 100 point. At this moment, Long Fei's eyes gained an additional strand of power. A strange aura of power, and also the kind that belonged to the life and death of Equinox Flower. It was very special. Wonderful. It caused Long Fei to be incomparably excited. Now that you have those eyes again, I'll use my ultimate move, ha ha ha. The fear of being controlled by the Lamia in Long Fei's heart also completely disappeared. Even the fear from his previous life had disappeared. At the same time, Long Fei continued to check the properties of the item. However, Yan Huang Ancestor chewed on the all-snake sword. He looked at Long Fei with disdain and said, "You've said it before, give me everything that comes out to eat. What are you looking at? Isn't it just a bunch of holy artifact? What's so great about that? Huh! If you don't pick so many equinox flower and you get a bunch of them, I won't be able to hold back from getting angry and looking down on you," Yan Huang Ancestor said angrily. Long Fei scratched his head and said, "Eat slowly." Ding! The devil snake blood vein was swallowed by the dragon Salyer. Long Fei was speechless and muttered, "What kind of people are beside me? The divine beast wants to eat, the ancestor wants to eat, the devil box wants to eat, and even a blade is eating. Are you trying to eat me to death?" Long Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Is it easy for me to kill a boss? Can you think of something for me? Even if you want to eat it, you have to show me the properties of the food." Long Fei started to complain. The only thing that remained of the items that he had just dropped was the Devil Snake Inner Pellet and the Secret Skill Poison Codex. Long Fei took a look, and then, carefully, as if afraid that the patriarch would eat his food again, he said softly, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for training the Secret Skill Poison Codex, to obtain 100 experience points, True Chi 100 points, and the reward is 100 points. Secret Skill, Poison Proficiency, Cooldown, Rank, Heaven Stage Level 8 Description. Releasing this secret skill will cause continuous damage to the target. Description 2. Requires poison, can be refined by oneself. Heh. Long Fei laughed shamelessly. He knew a thing or two about poison-using techniques. That was a must for priests, Taoists. "I can't kill you? It doesn't matter, I'll poison you to death. If 1 hour doesn't work, then I'll do it for 10 hours. I don't believe you won't die." The best skill to play trick. Moreover, Long Fei already had the poison, and the inner pellet of a Een snake was the best poison. This skill is awesome. At this moment, seeing that their boss Lamia had been killed, the few snakes that were still alive in the ravine scattered in all directions, but Long Fei did not stop. The ice and fire had also awoken at this moment. "Kill them all, even one of them will be spared." Long Fei shouted loudly, "These are all experience." To be able to level up in just a few hours, the experience points were simply too great. Yan Huang Ancestor disdainfully said, "Brat, feel free to remove the poison from your body. You don't even know where you got your modesty from, even if you get poisoned to death later on." Long Fei reacted, his eyes shining like stars as he became drowsy. He didn't know if he would say it or not. What he said. Long Fei reacted, the poison was attacking his heart. Long Fei immediately asked, "Ancestor, how do we cure the poison?" "The equinox flower." Yan Huang Ancestor replied in annoyance. The equinox flower was the pain in his heart. Long Fei immediately took out the equinox flower. It was just one stalk anyway, so it should be fine to bite a little. Xie Qin only needed a little. And then, Long Fei bit a flower petal as he lightly chewed on it. And then, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at War Elder level 4. It was also at this moment. All the poison in Long Fei's body had been dispelled, and was completely unharmed. His head was no longer spinning. His eyes widened. He was now clear-headed. However, Long Fei was dumbstruck. He could clearly hear the notification sound just now, and his power had increased by a lot. He had leveled up, After biting a little equinox flower, he leveled up. What's going on? Long Fei took another bite. Ding! Items that have been used before are ineffective. Another mouthful. Ding! Items that have been used before are ineffective. Immediately, Long Fei was completely dumbstruck. A equinox flower leveled up one level. Long Fei crazily rushed towards the ravine, then. The entire wall of equinox flower had no seedlings left. I want to die, I want to die. I really want to die. Patriarch, why didn't you say anything? Why? Yan Huang ancestor glanced sideways at Long Fei, and just stared at him without saying a word. 1 flower for 1 flower, 10 flowers for 10 levels, 100 flowers. What am I waiting for? I can turn over the heavenly sect in a few minutes, and Hong Tianjun can kneel in front of me and sing Conquer in a few minutes. Long Fei was incomparably bitter. A max level chance was in front of him, but he, personally destroyed. How painful it was. Just as Long Fei was struggling. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? A ++ at the entrance of the valley. A thunderous sound of energy colliding could be heard. A mournful voice sounded out. Sect Master Long Fei, please save us. Evil girl saints and the 7 sect masters of the demon sect. He's charging in. Chapter 5. Table of Contents 8_8419/2356700. There was once a sincere love in front of me. That's not right. There was once a sincere love in front of me. That's not right. I once had a chance to instantly max out my level in front of me. I didn't cherish it well until I lost it. Only then did I wake up to reality. If I was given another chance, I will definitely fly straight towards the War King. At this moment, Long Fei suddenly said, "What a painful realization." This kind of pain could only be felt when one had lived through it. It wasn't tearing one's heart out or living through it, but rather, he wanted to die. Master, I've finished clearing the gully. Master, this place has been cleaned up. Xiao Bai and Bing Hua landed on the left and right side of Long Fei. Looking at Long Fei's painful expression, Xiao Bai could not help but ask, "Master, are you injured?" Long Fei shook his head and did not say a word. When Bing Hua saw the withered equinox flower on the wall behind him, she was somewhat startled. Furthermore, she was somewhat angry. "Xiao Bai, how did you destroy all of the equinox flower? Legend has it that it has the power to revive the dead. This is a supreme treasure. I have seen it in the Dragon Clan's treasure scrolls. A rare treasure that blossoms for 1,000 years. Ugh! Long Fei's body sank. Ice and Fire immediately stopped and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Long Fei slightly said, "My liver hurts." "Liver pain again?" Bing Hua said, "The equinox flower should be able to cure your liver pain, but it's all gone." Ugh! Long Fei's body arched upwards once again. Xiao Bai asked with concern, "Master, could you have been poisoned? This kind of snake poison is useless to me, but to you." Xiao Bai had eaten spirit fruit of heaven and earth before, so this kind of snake poison was completely useless against him. Long Fei waved his hand and said, "I just feel an excruciating pain in my liver." Ice and Fire, don't continue speaking. Bing Hua said oh and then looked towards the deep ravine and the thick stone door. The area around the stone door was filled with the thickest aura in the entire valley. She asked, "Master, are we going down?" Xiao Bai also stared at the deep ravine, his eyes cold as he said, "Ice and Fire, didn't you say that equinox flower were linked to the yin-yang twin realms? Could it be hell beneath this stone door?" What a dense, cold aura of death! Long Fei also felt it. Now that the equinox flower and the Sound Yuan demon grass had been found, a day had passed, saving Xieqin was more important. Immediately, Long Fei said, "I'll go out of the forbidden grounds first, I'll come next time." Long Fei took a step and flew out of the ravine, and looked behind him at the door in the ravine that led downwards. And it was an incomparably enchanting illusion of an equinox flower in full bloom. The face was smiling at him. The smile was very strange, causing one to shudder in fear. Long Fei thought, there won't be any more equinox flower down there, right? When the time comes I must take a look. Inside the 10,000 Yin Forbidden Land, evil girl saints, Chiu Wantian, Yin Yu, and Chi Mei stepped into the 10,000 Yin Forbidden Grounds. They waited for a long time. Evil girl saints lost his patience. When she heard the loud rumbles coming from the forbidden area, she had made up her mind to enter. Then, it was a massacre of the injured disciples of the evil sound sect. The Yin Chi is so thick. This is the forbidden land of 10,000 Yin? This is the evil sound sect's #1 forbidden area, and also the evil sound sect's most precious place. Holy Maiden, what kind of treasure is this? That's right. Tell me about it. Evil girl saint's eyes turned cold as he said, I don't know either. Indeed. She also did not know that, where the ancestors of the evil sound sect found this place, all the other evil sound sects that had been established here were only allowed to enter by the sect master. As for treasures? She only knew that the twisting sound poison was peerless, and only here could she find the antidote for it. As for the other treasures, she had never seen them before. It's been so long, that brat Long Fei still hasn't come out. Could he have died inside? I think it's possible. The impact sound just now was very powerful. Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Regardless of whether he's dead or not, God's Devil Ancient Case is a sacred artifact of our 8 great demon sections. Even if he's dead, we must dig the God's Devil Ancient Case out of his body. The people from the 8 demon sects slowly pressed forward. Xie Yun said, Sect Master will not die. Sect Master will definitely come to save us. Master, let's go back to the shore. Bringing an outsider into the 10,000 Yin Forbidden Land has already violated the sect's rules. If you continue to be so stubborn, then, not waiting for her to finish, the space between evil girl saint's eyebrows tightened, and he raised his right hand. A stream of energy fell from the sky and fiercely slapped Xie Yun's face. What the hell are you? You actually want to teach me a lesson? Blood trickled from the corner of Xie Yun's mouth as his body fell to the ground. Many junior sister apprentices rushed forward and helped Xie Yun up. Blood Refinement Sect Master Yin Yu smiled obscenely. Holy Maiden, why don't you give them all to me? I will definitely make them obediently listen to me. He only looked at Xie Yun twice. He had to say it. The women of Evil Sound Sect were delicious. All of the female disciples trembled inwardly. Yin Yu's methods were too cruel. Evil Girl Saint sneered and said, Wait until I find that bastard Long Fei. You can play with these female disciples however you want, and play with them however you want. I will definitely not interfere. She already hated him to the extreme. Xie Yun and the other disciples had all died in their hearts against the evil girl saints. Heh heh. The words of the Holy Maiden are enough. A lewd smile surfaced on Yin Yu's face as he looked around and said, Little beauty, I will treat you nicely later, ha ha ha. The other sect leaders also laughed out loud. All along the way, corpses were strewn about the 10,000 Yin Forbidden Land. The female disciples who hid in the forbidden area died miserable deaths. The majority of them were killed by the evil girl saints' demonic zither. Extremely vicious. Evil girl saints asked coldly, Xie Yun, didn't you say that Long Fei wouldn't die? Then where is he now? You bastards follow a dog? Humph. Does it feel good now? Call the dog out to save you. This was what she hated the most. While the martial arts arena Xie Yun and many disciples were defending Long Fei, the anger in her heart was raging to the heavens. However, after dozens of years of being taught by the sect master, she was not as good as Long Fei, the sect master of half a day. She hated him to the extreme. Therefore, she wanted to kill him. Xie Yun's forehead turned sinister as he said, "Old Granny, Long Fei will definitely kill you. Do you know why we supported him? Because he was willing to fight against the entire world for a single disciple. Can you? In all these years, have you ever counted how many disciples have died from your sonic bending poison? I have counted a total of 637 people, including my own sister. This is the result of your unpopularity. Baidu search. Half afloat. So what if you kill me today? So what if they kill us all? In our hearts, you are just a vile, pathetic old woman." Whether or not Long Fei was alive, whether or not he could save them, Xie Yun had to say it. The words "old granny" caused the evil girl saints to seethe with anger, and with a turn of his body, the demon zither shot out, landing beside Xie Yun. "You're courting death." Chapter 1. Thank you Lin Yuxing for your support of over 700 monthly tickets. The sea will definitely remember the supporting roles of the 8 Great King Kong. Thank you. 8_8419/2356701. The zither string was only a few centimeters away from Xie Yun's neck. As long as evil girl saints let go, her head would be chopped off. The zither string was only a few centimeters away from Xie Yun's neck. As long as evil girl saints let go, her head would be chopped off. At this moment, evil girl saints suddenly stopped and slightly said, "Beg me, kneel down and beg me, didn't you always kneel in front of me like a dog? Beg me, ha ha." Perverted psychology, twisted psychology. Xie Yun looked at the zither string, his gaze lifted, and said word by word, "Old demoness, old demoness, old demoness, you, this ugly, twisted old demoness." He immediately closed his eyes and shouted the last sentence. She knew she was going to die soon. However, she still wanted to say what she had wanted to say the most in her life. If she did not say it now, she was afraid that she would not have the chance to say it. It was also at this moment. Evil girl Saints's eyes spewed fire. "Like a crazy old witch," he roared. "Go and die. No. No. Sect leader Long Fei, please save us. Save me, eldest senior sister." Ah! The female disciples behind him were so scared that they started crying. Tears started pouring out of their eyes as they cried to the point that their hearts and lungs were splitting apart. Xie Yun was their pillar of support, and Xie Yun was also their big sister as well. She was their big sister who genuinely cared and protected them, and they did not want to see Xie Yun die. The evil girl saint sinisterly said, "No one can save you in this world, so it's even more impossible for that Long Fei bastard. Die." As his fingers tugged on the strings, he suddenly moved. Just as her fingers were about to move, a demonic sound rang out, F***CK your 8 ancestors. 3-rate peerless technique. Boom! The demonic shadows were like blood, dispersing throughout the entire 10,000 Een Valley. And then, Long Fei lowered his voice and said faintly, "Demon Snake's Eye, release for me." Schwa! Long Fei's eyes suddenly changed into a snake's eye, its snake eyes releasing a strange light ray that shone onto Evil Girl Saints's body. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Evil Girl Saints's entire body was slowly petrifying. But the system sounded out. "My base level is too high, causing the petrification effect for half a second. Level 7 War Emperor." Long Fei was only at the 4th level of War Elder. The difference was more than 20 levels. The difference was too big. He was unable to cause a petrification effect for too long. However, half a second was enough. Buzz. Evil Girl Saints was completely petrified. Long Fei's phantom shadow fell, 3-blade stream demon. Hu Shou. Schwa. He directly sent Evil Girl Saints flying into the air. Recover. Schwa. Dragon Chop. Swish. Long Fei took a step forward, 460 slashes. The dragon salure was as fast as lightning as it madly killed its way out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. The evil girl saints in the air did not stop to kill, the blood on top of her head also rapidly decreased, but these two moves were not enough to kill the evil girl saints. 460 slashes. Boom! The dragon salyer fiercely hacked down, like a battle axe smashing down towards evil girl saints. The ground cracked and the entire valley trembled. Evil girl saints' face was pale, flames spouted out of his eyes. Dog. However, after Long Fei smashed her down to the ground, her figure also disappeared. Actually, Long Fei landed on the ground before Evil Girl Saints, and the moment Evil Girl Saints landed, his fists fiercely shook and smashed into the ground, splitting fist. Boom! The ground shook and the strong force suddenly shot out, sending the Evil Girl Saints flying into the air. Long Fei had already spread out her limbs and was sprawled on the ground. The moment she was sent flying, both of her legs pushed up and she said solemnly, "Toting skill." Bam! His body shot out like a cannonball. It struck the evil girl saint's abdomen, releasing the power of strangling. A grand execution. In the air, Long Fei leaped up to evil girl saint's head and hugged his fists. Roar! The image of the large power King Kong ape's rage superimposed onto his body. Next, Long Fei roared, "Mountain hit fist." Both fists were like axes as they heavily smashed into evil girl saint's head. Boom! Blood spurted out from the top of evil girl saint's head as his body shot towards the ground like a bullet, wailing in pain. However, Long Fei still did not give her any time to react, because he couldn't give her any time, or else the explosion of level 7 War Emperor's strength was something he couldn't withstand right now. He could only take advantage of his illness and take his life. Long Fei roared, "Ice and fire!" Roar! Ice and fire flew out from the war pet space, roaring loudly and fiercely. "Understood, Master. The target has been locked on." Time was now a new day, and his energy had been replenished. Long Fei leaped up, landing on the dragon's back and said, "Kill her!" Ice and fire 9 heavens. First stage, burning ice. Second stage, ice and fire thunderbolt. Rumble. Rumble. The two forces were like two bolts of lightning that struck down heavily, causing critical damage immediately as millions of damage floated up above Evil Girl Saint's head. However, Evil Girl Saints was a level 7 War Emperor. Her HP had already reached over 10 million. This was not enough. Boom! The sky suddenly shook. Xiao Bai also burst out with a shot, Wolf God's Spear. Shwa! A lance pierced through the heavens like a ray of laser light. Boom! He nailed Evil Girl Saints into the deep pit, causing another critical hit. Long Fei jumped down from the dragon's back, heavily landing beside Evil Girl Saints. He then stepped on her head, which was covered in hair. Anger. Incomparable rage. He did not expect it to turn out like this. At the same time, Long Fei was extremely arrogant, extremely arrogant. The domineering aura on his body was like a steaming flame, crazily burning. At his roar, the entire forbidden land of 10,000 Een fell silent. Everyone stared at him with their mouths wide open. Everyone had the same question in their minds. Is he human? Is he even King human? If the 3 slaps in the Soundtrap cave was said to be successful because the Evil Girl Saints did not know that the Soundtrap formation had been broken, then Long Fei's sneak attack had been successful. However, and now? A sneak attack now? No. Right now, he was being crushed by skills. Long Fei had hit Evil Girl Saints so hard that he did not even have the slightest leeway to counterattack. More importantly, the first thing Long Fei did was to release his power. The 7 sect leaders felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of power was that? Petrification? Blood spurted out from the corner of Evil Girl Saint's mouth as he stared at Long Fei with his sinister eyes. He laughed sinisterly. "Long Fei, are you satisfied? It's all because of you that Evil Sound sect has become like this. There are less than 3,000 disciples and less than 300 left. Long Fei, are you satisfied? Ha ha ha! Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. The divine power in his right arm suddenly exploded and he roared, I am very unhappy. Boom! Chapter 28_8419/2356702. Very unhappy. Very unhappy. Long Fei was extremely unhappy. Thus, kill. The god power on Long Fei's right arm exploded out. His fist struck down, striking Evil Girl Saints' head. Bam! The last bit of blood on the top of Evil Girl Saints' head drained. It was also at this moment. Headshot. Long Fei pulled out his fist that was dripping blood and brain matter, and asked coldly, Now, are you satisfied? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Girl Saints for gaining an experience point, true chi point, energy values point, and points. 100. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Profound Sky Zither. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the secret skill Poison Refinement Technique. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining Sky Sound Break for his cultivation. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spirit Stone. 2908. A wave of system beep-s sounded out. Long Fei didn't care about what had exploded as he walked out of the deep pit step by step. The moment he walked out of the pit, he glared at the 7 sect masters who had been stunned into silence, and said with a heavy tone and sinister look, Next. Terrifying. Long Fei was not a devil body right now, but the aura being emitted from his body was even more terrifying than devil energy. Evil Girl Saints was killed. Furthermore, the power Long Fei had released just now was simply too much, causing their hearts to tremble. Just what kind of power was it? A 4th level War Elder cultivation? 1 day ago, Long Fei was still at the level 2 War Elder, but he is now at the 4th level of the War Elder. Abnormal. Monster. At the same time, the 7 of them all had the same thought in their minds, we can't let this kid stay alive. Letting Long Fei live was only a disaster. Right at this moment Long Fei was furious, he roared. I say, who's next? The sound was like a loud bell exploding in the valley. The 7 sect masters' bodies faintly trembled, and the killing intent that had originally surged out was also instantly crushed. The current Long Fei was simply invincible. Even they were afraid. Qiu Wantian slightly smiled and said, Sect Master Long, don't be angry. We don't want anything to happen to you. Right, we don't want anything to happen. The God's Devil Ancient case is yours, take it. We are only there to accompany old Demoness Yin, she was the one who killed all these disciples. It was also at this time. Yin Yu, the sect master of the Blood Refinement sect, could not take it. When others killed, he was the only one who brutally insulted the female disciples. Then, whoosh! He turned into a ball of bloody light and rushed out of the forbidden land of 10,000 Yin. And then, Qiu Wantian also quickly retreated. He left. The remaining 5 sect heads also ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The female disciples in the 10,000 Yin Forbidden Land were indeed killed by the holy maiden Xie alone, but, and the female disciples of the Evil Sound sect? If they continued to linger here, Long Fei would get even angrier, and some of them would definitely die. Actually, they were all suppressed by Long Fei's aura. Fear grew in their hearts. That was why they were afraid, why they were scared. Any one of them could easily crush Long Fei, but because of the Blood Refinement sect's escape, they completely gave up on trying to deal with Long Fei, and frantically escape. Sovereign, we can't let them go. Xie Yun was the first to react. Just now, her life was hanging by a thread, but now that she looked at Evil Girl Saints dying in the deep pit with her eyes open, and then at Long Fei's back, her heart immediately became excited. It was also at this time. Huff! Long Fei's body slightly sank, and his face became pale. So uncomfortable. Long Fei's heart sank, the aura on his body, the incomparable aura that was being released was actually caused by him burning true qi. Out of the more than 400,000 true qi, only their 100,000 points did not reach that level. The burning of the true qi. What was burning was not only true qi, but also mental energy. The moment he saw the 7 Devil Sect disciples fly away, Long Fei's state of mind relaxed as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Turning around to look at the remaining 200 or so female disciples, Long Fei felt guilty in his heart as he apologized and bowed. "I'm sorry, I've harmed the both of you." The sect head bowed in apology? The expressions of all the female disciples of Evil Sound sect changed. This had never happened before. It was also at this time. Xie Yun abruptly kneeled on the ground and said in a heavy voice, "Sect Master, I did not listen to your orders, punish us." Whoosh whoosh, asterisk, everyone fell to their knees. When they were in Evil Sound sect, they were a little unwilling because Long Fei was just a level 2 war elder, and was even a man. Now, their eyes were all filled with respect and worship. Truly see Long Fei in front of their sect master. Moreover, a Grand Master who could bow in apology. This kind of Grand Master was rare and must be cherished. They sincerely submitted. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing 1/8 of the mission, has submitted. Huh! Long Fei's brows tightened as he laughed bitterly in his heart. If we have to pay this kind of price to submit to us, if thousands of young ladies of different seasons are going to die like this, I'm willing to not accept this mission. He truly felt displeased in his heart. Long Fei stepped forward and helped Xie Yun and the others up, saying, "From today onwards, I will definitely not let this kind of thing happen again." "Right. Where's Xie Qin?" Xie Qin said in a low voice, "Sect Master, I am here." Xie Qin was in the middle of the crowd and everyone was surrounding her tightly, because she was someone Long Fei wanted to protect. Long Fei's heart was filled with gratitude. Seeing Xie Qin's pale face, his heart ached, and he immediately took out the magic panacea furnace to refine the antidote for the twisting sound poison. "Wait a moment. Just a moment. Just for a moment." Xie Qin looked at Long Fei quietly, a happy smile blossoming on his face as he muttered, "Meeting you is the luckiest thing that I have ever done in my life." "Long Fei, thank you. Elder sister is satisfied." Slowly, her voice trailed off, then faded, then disappeared. The last trace of blood on his face had also disappeared. Long Fei's heart was killing him, tears welled up from his eyes. He continued to control the pill furnace, and continued to say, "Sis, you'll be fine, I'll definitely save you, I promise." Ah! The magic panacea furnace exploded. Ding! Refinery failure. Long Fei immediately scolded angrily, "Long Fei, you are really useless." Again. And then. Long Fei quickly began to refine again, but he was still talking non-stop. "Sis, I will definitely save you, it's going to be ready soon, the antidote is going to be ready soon." Bam! Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? The furnace exploded again. Another failure. Long Fei's heart was in a mess. He was in a state that was simply unsuitable for alchemy. Sect Master, Senior Sister Xie Qin is dead. Chapter 38_8419/2356703. Long Fei acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He was still refining. Failure. Another failure. He was like a madman, the true chi flames that burst out from his palm enveloping the entire magic panacea furnace. He was furious. Xie Qin was incomparably furious. If he had come out earlier, Xie Qin would not have died. If he was a little stronger, Xie Qin would not have died. If he had killed the evil girl saints from the very beginning, Xie Qin would not have died. Everything. It was all because he was still too weak. Xie Qin tried to protect him with his life several times, but he couldn't do anything now. An incomparable discomfort. Xie Yun knelt in front of Long Fei and said, "Sect Master, Junior Sister Apprentice Xie Qin." This was the first time she saw Xie Qin smile so happily, and it was all because of this man before her. This was the first time she had seen Long Fei do this for a disciple. Was there still such a good man in the world? Long Fei shook his head and said, "I was the one who let her down, I was useless, I could not save her, Ah!" He threw his head back and shouted angrily, "Why?" At the same time, Long Fei's heart stirred as he asked, "Ancestor, do you have a way? You must have a way, you are the ruler of Yen Huang Ancestor, you must have a way, right?" Yen Huang Ancestor shook his head. "The twisting sound poison has already penetrated deep into my bone marrow. She has already dragged it out for 3 days, and when the poison enters my heart, even the Delu Golden Immortal would not be able to do anything. If he was dead, he was dead. Even if he was a Yen Huang Ancestor, there was nothing he could do." Long Fei fell to the ground and looked at the silent Xie Qin. Long Fei's heart felt like it had been thrown into a meat grinder. Suddenly, Yen Huang Ancestor seemed to have thought of something and said, "Long Fei, death is merely the separation of the soul and spirit. If you can retrieve her soul and spirit, I have a way to revive her." At first, he didn't think of it. Now, Yen Huang Ancestor thought. Long Fei's expression tensed up and immediately asked, "How do I find them?" Yen Huang Ancestor replied, "Enter the underworld." "Enter the underworld?" Long Fei became suspicious and asked, "How do I enter? Am I going to die too? If that's all right, I have no problem." Xie Qin was his savior, and was willing to pay any price. Yen Huang Ancestor smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to die. Have you forgotten about Dark Canyon? What is a Dark Crow King? It could evolve into a 9 secret underworld finches after another stage. To be able to enter the underworld." Long Fei's eyes became cold. "We will go to Dark Canyon now." "No rush," Yen Huang Ancestor said indifferently. "You are still at the 4th level of the War Elder, your cultivation is still a little weak. If you want to conquer the Raven King, your cultivation must reach the War Master Ream. Moreover, we can't be sure that Crow King has already evolved into a 9 secret underworld finches, so the most important thing for you to do now is to break through the War Master Ream." Break through the War Master Ream? Still 6 levels away. Long Fei thought, based on my experience required to level up now, I would probably need 500 or 600 million experience points. I'm afraid that in terms of time, he now had almost 100 million experience points. Even if he continued killing monsters day and night to level up, he would need quite a bit of time. He could fight. But what about Xie Qin's body? Long Fei asked. Breaking through the War Master will take some time. What about Xie Qin's body? Ancestor, do you have a way to protect her body from rotting? The Yen Huang Ancestor disdainfully said, "You have your own treasure that you don't know how to use. The God's Devil Ancient Case is able to prevent anything in the world from rotting, not rotting, and also, there's also the effect of beauty. If you can find all of Xie Qin's 3 souls and 7 souls, then she will definitely be even more beautiful than she is right now." Long Fei trembled. God's Devil Ancient Case? And then, Long Fei stood up, walked to Xie Qin's side and said lightly, "Sis, I swore to save you. I, Long Fei, will definitely do it. Even if you die now, I will save you." The faces of all the surrounding female disciples changed. What was going on? How could she save him now that he was dead? Xie Yun wanted to say something but hesitated. Long Fei looked at her and said with a bland smile, Don't worry, I haven't become crazy. While they were talking, Long Fei's palm moved. God's devil ancient case, take it out for me. Whoosh! Swallow! The God's devil ancient case arrived beside Xie Qin's corpse and covered it in demonic energy, directly sucking Xie Qin into the magic box and soaking him in the 10,000 devil lake. Long Fei once again withdrew the God's devil ancient case and said faintly, "We will meet the evil sound sect." 10 minutes later. 7 great devil sects. I will definitely screw you over. Evil sound sect rivers of blood flowed, and each and every one of them died a miserable death. The anger in Long Fei's heart spewed, spew again, at this moment. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and said, "What **T mission is this, demon sovereign? I don't care. What reward? I don't care." The anger in Long Fei's heart had already reached a high point. When he walked into the hidden sound pavilion, he saw a dozen disciples wearing tattered clothes, revealing their snow-white bodies. The ground was covered with blood. A lady's body was curled up, she was leaning against the corner, her hands were tightly hugging her knees, her body was trembling uncontrollably, her lips were white, her eyes were staring straight at Long Fei as she spoke incessantly. "Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over here." His eyes were filled with fear. Long Fei looked at her fearful eyes, and his heart seemed as if it was about to tear apart. The blood refinement sect. Yu. Wait for lousy. Boom. Long Fei walked out violently, looked at Xie Yun who was at the door, and said solemnly, "From today onwards, all of you will enter the 10,000 Yin forbidden land to cultivate. Where is the spirit energy? The Yin energy is only suitable for females to cultivate." Xie Yun asked, "Sect Master, where are you going?" "Me." Long Fei grinned coldly and said, "I'm going to break through the War Master Ream. I didn't know where to level up in the past. Now I know." And then, Long Fei continued, "When I was not around, you were Evil Sound Sect's Sect Master." Xie Yun still wanted to say something, but Long Fei had already dashed out, as if he was a madman. He was furious. He could not bear to watch any longer. He couldn't tolerate it for even a moment. He wasn't a beast at all. He couldn't even be compared to the vicious methods of the blood refinement sect's sect master. Provoke me? Then you will have to pay the price. Long Fei's heart blazed with anger as he boiled and raged in his heart. The blood refinement sect, your father is here. The mission of being the supreme of the demon race was to subdue the 8 great demon sections. Now, Long Fei did not care about this bullshit mission from the start. He only thought of one thing, the 7 great demon sects, one by one, wanting to screw with him. Huff! Old bastard, things went beyond our expectations. What should we do? Sister-in-law of 1-++ health, strongest upgrade system, isn't it too cruel of us to do this? The young lord has endured too much. There's no other way. He is the supreme demon king. There are some things he must bear. What do we do now? To the blood refinement sect. Chapter 48_8419/2356704. The blood refinement sect, one of the 8 great demon sections. The blood refinement sect, one of the 8 great demon sections. Sect Master Yu. Level 7 War Emperor Cultivation. The blood refinement sect was the cruelest sect among the 8 great demon sections. They would search everywhere for beautiful women to refine into blood corpse, control them, and then allow them to indulge themselves. It was the same for the sect master and the other sect disciples. The blood refinement mountain. On a blood-red mountain peak, Yu sat on the sect master's chair, the corners of his mouth carrying a lewd smile, his mind still replaying the scenes from the evil sound sect, occasionally revealing a lewd smile. An elder asked, "Sect leader, did you find the God's devil ancient case this time?" "Huh! Inyu's brows shook and said, I'm afraid that the god's devil ancient case cannot be obtained. I don't know what kind of power that long fey bastard cultivated. A mere war elder realm is actually able to kill that old lady from evil girl saints. Thinking about the scene of evil girl saints being crushed by long fey, his heart couldn't help but turn cold. There was no chance of resisting at all. If it was him. If I were to return to the blood-refining sect now, not to mention Long Fei, even Xiao Wantian, who is at the peak of the level 7 War Emperor, would not be able to harm me in the slightest. Humph. If he dares to come, then don't even think about going back. At this moment, behind his seat there was a huge jar. The blood in the jar was boiling, and a pair of green eyes that seemed like will-o-wisp flames were revealed. Inyu gently caressed the eye with his right hand and said slightly, Blood King, don't be anxious. As long as that kid dares to come here, I'll definitely let you eat your fill. Ha ha ha. When that elder saw that green eye, he could not help but take half a step back, his body faintly trembling. It was the Blood King. The King of Blood Corpses. It had been raised by Inyu for more than 50 years, and had been raised using his child's blood. It was also Inyu's biggest killing move. When he returned to the blood refinement sect, he wasn't afraid at all. As he leaned back in his chair, he thought about the female disciples of the evil sound sect once more. His face was filled with lust. These are all top-quality goods. Ha ha. One day later, under the blood refinement sect, a figure with a dragon salure on his right hand, his body burning with flames of fury as he watched the peak of the blood refinement mountain rising into the clouds. Long Fei's voice sunk as he poured the true chi in and roared, Inyu, get the hell out here! Rumble! Rumble! His voice contained the power of the heavenly note break, directly enveloping the entire blood refinement sect. In the main hall, Inyu was sleeping soundly. His eyes suddenly opened, his body trembled, he almost fell down from his chair, and shouted, What is that sound? What is that sound? A disciple hurriedly walked into the hall and reporting to Sect Master, it is the voice of a youth who is not even 20 years of age. Inyu's mind tensed up and he asked, A youth not even 20 years old? What are the characteristics? Characteristics. The characteristic is that in his hands, he seems to be holding the Fire Glass City's heirloom knife, the dragon salure. Inyu's eyes turned sinister as he said, Long Fei. You dog. I didn't expect you to be here. Good. There's a path to heaven that you're not going to take, there's no path to hell and you'll have it yourself. You delivered this to me just in time, you gave me your god's devil ancient case, ha ha ha. Inyu laughed madly before snorting coldly, Pass down my order, kill. Yes sir. At the mountain gate, a dozen or so mountain guarding disciples rushed down with murderous intent in their eyes. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in my blood refinement sect? You're looking to die, right? Why don't you take a look at this place? Is this a place where a dog like you can behave atrociously? Why are you wasting time with him? Kill them all. While they were talking, Long Fei's figure moved. Before they could finish speaking, Long Fei had already landed behind them, and coldly spat out, Explode. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of a dozen or so blood refinement sect disciples exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. A drop of blood on the dragon salure's tip fell. Long Fei's voice was as cold as ice, All of you die. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing blood refinement sect's minion Luo. Rewards. 300 experience points, 200 true chi, 10 energy values, 10 points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing blood refinement sect's minion Luo. Rewards. 45 experience points, 36 true chi points, 10 energy values points, 10 points. The system's voice rang out. Experience true chi points up. These were merely minions guarding the sect gate. They had low cultivation bases and low experience. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, looked at the three big words, Blood Refining Sect, on the mountain gate, and his mouth turned cold as he said faintly, "Today, I will overturn you." At this moment, another 2 mountain guarding disciples rushed down. "You dare to behave so atrociously in the Blood Refinement Sect. I think you must be tired of living." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei shouted in his heart, "Second level without peer. Schwa! Teleport! Schwa!" 2 rows of guards and 16 people were all cut in half at the waist. 16 system beep-s rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Next, another large wave of people rushed down the mountain. The blood veins in Long Fei's eyes were like the blood veins of the heavenly demon eye of the infernal queen. The anger in his heart rose to 1,000 feet. "All of you must die. All of you must die." Long Fei was furious beyond compare. 1 step, 1 kill, 1 step, 1 death. Each time, he would use his full strength, like a bullet striking a mosquito. He didn't give those lackeys any chance. They fought from morning until afternoon. Blood flowed like a spring from the stone step. They had massacred the evil sound sect. Today, Long Fei also wanted to bathe and refine the blood sect. He wanted to slaughter the sect. He wanted the entire blood refinement sect dead. Because of anger. Within the blood refinement great hall, an elder stumbled into the hall and said anxiously, Sect Master, we can't stop them, we can't. That lad is like a god of death, killing every single person he meets with instantly. Just a moment ago, just now, even the second elder, who was at the first level of War Emperor, was killed. What should we do? Inyu's eyes turned sinister, his right hand moved. Whoosh! A golden light shot out from the jar beside him. At this moment, the golden light directly bit off the elder's throat, and then the elder crawled his entire body in, frantically devouring and biting at it. Less than 3 seconds, the elder trembled in madness. His body shrunk until there was nothing left but a leather bag. Not a single drop of blood came out. Not even a scream of pain came out. Outside the palace, Long Fei crawled up like a man made of blood from a pool, his eyes completely red from killing. The dragon Salyer moved yet again, and with his shoulder facing the blood refinement hall, he roared angrily, Inyu, get the hell out here right now! Chapter 5. Once again, he thanked Lin Yuxing for his monthly ticket. Brothers, if you have a monthly ticket, please give me your support. In addition, the train would have to go out to work tonight. Tomorrow's update might be in the afternoon or at night. 8_8419/2356705. Inyu, get the hell out here! Inyu, get the hell out here! His voice was deafening. In the plaza outside the blood refinement hall, those disciples were pushing the door back with fear on their faces. All of them were crushed by Long Fei's terrifying killing intent. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, several screams burst out from behind the group of disciples. A bunch of trash. For one of the 8 great demon sects of the blood refinement sect to be so frightened by a single person, are you still considered demons? His voice carried a harsh tone. Inyu's gloomy voice came out from the hall. The king of blood corpse that was glowing with a green light was crazily devouring it. When it was bitten by the king of blood corpse, it would immediately drill into the body, and in less than 3 seconds, there would only be 1 sentence left. It was incomparably cruel. It's the king of blood corpse, it's the sect master's king of blood corpse. Terrified cries rang out. Inyu's cold voice came again. Whoever dares to take half a step back, I'll make the king of blood corpse eat him. Ah! Kill! Kill him! With regards to Long Fei, they were even more afraid of the king of blood corpse. Hundreds of disciples stopped retreating. An elder moved his sword and a bloody mist burst out from his body. He then shouted with a deep voice, "Disciples of the Hall of Blood, listen up. Ha! Follow me and kill my way out. Kill!" Dozens of disciples rushed up together, covering the sky, the ground, front, back, left, and right. Long Fei's eyes darkened, looking at the people rushing towards him from all directions. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, and his body suddenly exploded. Three-rate peerless technique. Boom! His body sank slightly. Moonlit step. Schwa! He rushed up to the sky and pulled down the dragon Salyer on his shoulder. Hurricane cut! True Qi gushed in. The sword Qi on the dragon Salyer started to wreak havoc. The blood-colored sword Qi hacked out, and with a roll, it shot out like a tornado. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for comprehending Tornado Strike. Huh! Long Fei was secretly surprised. Comprehending skills in battle? Heh heh! I am a genius! Schwa! The saber Qi turned into a hurricane, crazily sweeping up the 8 elements. The blood refinement sect disciples that charged forward were all sucked into the vortex by the saber Qi tornado. At this moment, Long Fei's figure disappeared. Tornado strike! In the midst of the hurricane, a figure appeared in the eyes of the wind. The dragon Salyer on Long Fei's right hand and the god's devil blade on his left. As soon as he finished, his body suddenly twisted. Like the wings of a helicopter, he began to frantically spin. One black, one red berserk blade cut out like lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the huge sword Qi was harvesting crazily. The tornado turned into a bloody tornado. Broken limbs flew everywhere and heads flew everywhere. Ding! 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 The system's notification sound rang out, and the tornado was moving. The disciples who did not rush up to the tornado were killed instantly. Ah! Save me! Sect Master, save us! Grand Elder, save us! The hundreds of blood refinement sect disciples in the plaza were all swept away by the tornado. Long Fei slashed his sabers madly, as if his death god was dancing in the midst of a tornado. He was so handsome that it was a complete mess. All of you must die. Yin, the next one will be you. Long Fei's voice came out from the tornado. And then, a bloodied figure flew out from the hurricane. His entire body dyed red with blood. 2 wild blades, one on the left and one on the right, stood at the entrance of the blood refinement hall. Long Fei was in a complete mess. The moment he rushed out of the hurricane, the tornado was still wreaking havoc. Buzz. Rumble. With a burst of strength, the tornado suddenly stopped and the blood that filled the sky dispersed. It was like a torrential rain pouring down from the sky. The roof of the blood refinement hall was filled with clattering sounds. Blood dripped from the eaves and seeped into the hall. The entire blood refinement hall was dripping with blood. Head, broken limbs, bones, everything flew into the air. At this moment, the blood refinement sect was like hell on earth. What was called a bloodbath? This was a bloodbath. Too arrogant. However, the anger in Long Fei's heart did not decrease by even a little. It continued to inflate, and stared at Yin, who was in the great hall sneering at him, and said solemnly, "You destroyed my evil sound sect disciple, so I will massacre your blood-refining sect. Yin, now it's your turn." The blood refinement sect was completely silent. The smell of blood spread across the area. After killing for an entire day. Right now, there was only the sect leader of the blood refinement sect, Yin. Him. The chair in the sect master's position was glowing with a golden light. There was no doubt that he was the leader of the group. Yin stared coldly at Long Fei, his gaze carrying killing intent, and said slightly, "Long Fei, your evil sound sect still have any female disciples, right? Don't worry. After I kill you, the evil sound sect will change its name to blood refining sect. I will make all of those beautiful female disciples become my corpse slaves." Wahahaha. Long Fei moved. Just at that moment, Yen Huang ancestor suddenly warned, "Be careful!" Whoosh! A green light flashed, and the gigantic king of blood corpse shot towards him. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. King of blood corpse? With a move of his right arm, he channeled his divine power and put away the god's devil blade. Clang! The dragon salure hacked down heavily. Long Fei's hands were shaken till they were numb, the web of his hands seemed to be torn apart, the pain was unbearable, and in the end, clang! The dragon salure flew out of his hands. Long Fei staggered a few steps back, his face darkened, looked at the unharmed king of blood corpse and asked, "Ancestor, what kind of king of blood corpse is this?" He had seen the king of blood corpse back in Zhou-town. However, the king of blood corpse in front of him was completely different. Even if it was a war master ranker, they would only be able to kill him with a single slash with their previous strength, but he couldn't break through the defense of these bugs. One strike, and it turned out to be a miss attack. A defense that not even the dragon salure could break? Yen Huang ancestor said slightly. This is the ancestor of the blood insect. The one raising this place should be at least 50 years old. All of them were raised using the child's blood. All of these fellows are invulnerable and extremely valiant. Not waiting for him to finish, Inu laughed wildly and said, "Long Fei, you're very surprised, right? It's great, isn't it? Ha ha ha! Continue being arrogant. Continue being arrogant. Blood corpse eat him." The space between Inu's eyebrows tightened. The blood corpse ancestor in the hall flew up once more. Long Fei took out his god's devil blade and hacked down. It was the mice attack again. He was sent flying out of his hand once again. There was no way to kill it? His defense was too strong. Long Fei asked, "Ancestor, is there no other way?" The old ancestor said, "If he wants to eat you, you can eat it. Use the god's devil ancient case to swallow it." Chapter 18_8419/2356706. When Long Fei heard the words "he wants to eat you, you just eat it," he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. When Long Fei heard the words "he wants to eat you, you just eat it," he was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. Such a big caterpillar, green, one big eye, ugly beyond compare, even darker than dark food, looked disgusting, you can eat. However, it was only after the ancestor said, "Swallow it with a god's devil ancient case," that Long Fei finally relaxed a little and said, "Ancestor, can you finish speaking in one go? You scared me to death." The blood corpse ancestor in front of them could not be dealt with. His defense alone was something that Long Fei had no way of breaking through. Long Fei suddenly thought of the fact that within the god's devil ancient case, there was still Xie Qin's flesh body. He could not help but worry as he thought to himself, "Ancestor, could Xie Qin's flesh body?" The ancestor said, "Don't worry. The space within the god's devil ancient case is too big, and that caterpillar cannot find Xie Qin's flesh body in such a short period of time. You must kill Inu before he finds his flesh body." The blood corpse ancestor was raised by Inu. As long as its owner was killed, it would lose control and lose its target for a period of time. It was like a machine without electricity that had stopped working. Long Fei thought, "Then what if we don't kill Inu within a certain period of time?" The old patriarch said, "Then your sister's body is probably F***CK. Long Fei cursed in his heart. The Yen Huang ancestor said, "This is your only choice right now. If you can't kill Inu, just this bug will burn you to death." The ancestor sighed in his heart. If he recovered a little more, this kind of caterpillar, idea, could turn it into dust. Long Fei's gaze tightened and said, "Understood. Then let's do it." Once he made up his mind, Long Fei would do it without hesitation. "Ha ha ha! Kid, aren't you arrogant? Continue being so arrogant, what are you hiding for?" Those beautiful disciples of the evil sound sect are too awesome. All of them are virgins, that kind of feeling is too awesome. I can't wait to enjoy it again right now, ha ha. Inu laughed loudly. As long as he had this bug, he didn't have to worry. This bug was invincible. It was the crystal that he had raised for 58 years. He had constantly sent disciples down the mountain to find girls precisely for this blood corpse ancestor. The Nangong Yen that he had brought back the last time. What a pity. She had never come back, otherwise she would have become the blood corpse ancestor's food. Inu saw that Long Fei was continuously dodging and escaping, and he started to laugh out loud. Long Fei, why don't you fight with it? Don't you like killing? Aren't you going to massacre my blood refinement sect? Continue. Ha ha ha. Long Fei's gaze locked onto the complacent Inu, and said coldly, Laugh? I will make you kneel on the ground and cry later. The blood corpse ancestor flew up the mountain again. This time it was even faster. Long Fei shouted in his heart, Teleport! Shwa! He immediately rushed into the main hall. The blood corpse ancestor turned, its speed not any weaker than Long Fei's teleportation. It pounced forward, getting closer and closer to Long Fei. Long Fei was also getting closer and closer to Inu. Inu sat on the chair without moving an inch. He was not flustered, because it was impossible for Long Fei to kill him. In another second, Long Fei would be devoured by the blood corpse ancestor. Ha ha ha! Long Fei, you want to kill me? You are still very young. Don't worry, after you die, I will definitely take good care of those evil sound sect female disciples. Ha ha ha! Inu continued to be complacent. His eyes widened. The blood corpse ancestor had already fallen half an inch above Long Fei's head. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Long Fei was about to die. He became even more pleased with himself. At this moment, Long Fei moved his left hand, God's Devil Ancient Case. Boom! The God's Devil Ancient Case flew out and landed on the top of Long Fei's head. Just as it was about to bite a few of Long Fei's heads, its body suddenly trembled. A group of demon aura shrouded him and devoured him. When Long Fei summoned out his God's Devil Ancient Case, his speed did not decrease by even a little. With a grab of the air with his right hand, a burst of energy shot out. Link to Dragon Salyer S that had fallen to the side. Dragon Salyer! Whoosh! The Dragon Salyer flew out and landed on Long Fei's right hand. Buzz! Long Fei's body suddenly changed. Every single black head of his had turned blood red, as if they were burning, and the aura of the heavenly demon on his body rolled out. He clenched his fist. Three-rate peerless technique. Boom! As soon as he released his power, the blood dragon god on the Dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hands roared out. The blood-red dragon god surged out, pouncing towards Inu. Inu was dazed. His mouth still continued to laugh maniacally, but the laughter was gone. His expression was still smug, and then it started to twist. No. Blood corpse ancestor are invincible. The instant he saw the blood corpse ancestor be devoured by the God's Devil Ancient Case, his entire body became unwell. However, Long Fei seized this opportunity. Magic chop. Boom! The power of a blood vein burst out. Titan blood vein. The shadow on Long Fei's body turned into a divine sea titan, holding onto a giant anchor as it hacked down. Kneel down and chant conquer for this daddy. Bam! Inu was still in shock. He simply did not have time to react to Long Fei's attack. The saber slashed down. Voila! A long gash appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. The sect master's chair was also broken into pieces. Inu rolled down the steps from his position as sect master. His bun was scattered and his clothes were torn. No, no! My king of blood corpse! Ah! Inu was instantly angered to the extreme as he crazily pounced at the God's Devil Ancient Case that was floating in midair. Long Fei's figure moved. Secret technique. Sealing. Schwa. With the release of the seal, Yin Yu's body stopped for a tenth of a second. Teleport. Long Fei's body turned and retracted his dragon salure. Clenching both of his fists, he landed in front of Yin Yu and heavily smashed into the wound on his chest. Bang bang. Yin Yu was sent flying. Moonlit step. Schwa. Without waiting for him to land, Long Fei punched down at him from above. Rumble. The blood refinement hall shattered. Yin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and roared like a beast, "You dog, I will kill you!" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's fist landed on his mouth and then on his body. Kill me? You don't King qualify for it. Heavenly note break. Riding on Yin Yu's body, the pubes sank as the true chi combusted crazily. And then, Long Fei bent his body and let out a violent sound wave attack at Yin Yu. Roar. Yin Yu's ears were bleeding. Half carat float hashtag life carat. The demonic chi on Long Fei's body was extremely violent, with both fists that rained down on his body. Injure my female disciple? Destroy my evil sound sect? You bastard, explode. Chapter 2. He didn't sleep on the train the whole night and rushed out 2 chapters in the morning. Brothers, let's first satisfy our craving. We still have an update tonight. 8_8419/2356707. Boom! Boom! With a heavy punch, his health fell to 0. Yin Yu was killed instantly. Die. In an instant, Long Fei said without hesitation, "Release your striking energy value." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yin Yu, for obtaining 10 experience points, true chi points, and energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Great Blood Refining Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Blood Corpse Manipulation. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Purple Blood Divine Robe. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Draw Slasher. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Spirit Stone, 3089 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Blood Refinement Sect Master Yin Yu for obtaining a reward of points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, War Elder level 5. A large wave of system beeps sounded out. All good stuff. Berserk was good. When Long Fei saw the items that dropped from the space ring, he became excited. He did not look at anything else and stared directly at the Draw Slasher. The name was too familiar. The weapon used by Niefeng in the movie Wind Cloud equals the Draw Slasher. Long Fei's heart was incomparably excited. He impatiently opened the system, then his eyes darkened as he cursed in his heart, "Damn! What the hell is a mini version of the Draw Slasher doing? System, what the F***K? Where is the bullshit?" The Draw Slasher must be a very cool and arrogant existence, but the Draw Slasher is a very small knife, just like a throwing knife. But if one were to enlarge its appearance, then it would be a Draw Slasher. Long Fei looked at the mini Draw Slasher and said with a bit of difficulty, "How do you want me to use this?" And then he started looking at the attribute. Weapon. Draw Slasher grade. Divine level damage. Description. Using chi to control the saber, moving through thousands of miles in a godlike manner, moving strength, pneumatic, moving sabers without a doubt. Description 2. This knife requires the understanding of the Little Flying Knife to be released. Long Fei was dumbfounded. Little throwing knives? Li Xuanhuan's strongest move? Niefeng's weapon? This. Long Fei laughed shamelessly and said, "System, you are so awesome, I am truly unable to accept it. Since you said so, Then I must comprehend the concept of Little Li's flying knife. Long Fei's heart boiled with excitement. He looked at the description, and was secretly excited when he heard the description. Power, air, blade, there's no mistake. Ancestor, what are you eating? Long Fei asked. The ancestor muttered, It's a lousy piece of clothing. Long Fei. All right. Anyway, I'm already used to it. Ding. The purple snow divine robe has been swallowed. The system sounded out. Following that, the ancestor was silent for a moment, as if he had refined the energy inside the divine clothes. A few seconds later, his eyes opened, and a surge of energy rushed into the god's devil ancient case and locked onto the blood corpse ancestor. In that instant, Yan Huang ancestor quickly said, Brat, do as I say. The idea enters the magic box. Faster. Long Fei truly checked the demon arts of the blood refinement art and the blood corpse manipulation art. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, he did not think much and immediately activated his idea. Cultivate all of them. Ding. Ding. 2 notifications sounded. Long Fei's idea also entered the god's devil ancient case S. Immediately. His idea was attracted by an enormous force. This was the power of the Yan Huang ancestor. Rumble! Rumble! The waves of the myriad demons' blood pool rose as Yan Huang ancestor shouted, Little brat, I still can't shake you? Buzz! A surge of power immediately rushed towards the blood corpse ancestor and crushed it. At this moment, the blood corpse ancestor was only half a meter away from Xie Qin's fleshly body, and moreover, in less than a minute, its power had multiplied by several times. If not for Yan Huang ancestor, he wouldn't be able to control it with just Long Fei's power, and even the energy of the entire 1,000 demonic blood pool would be absorbed by it. Kid! Open the magic box. The idea enters the blood corpse's body. Long Fei quickly followed. He didn't know what the Yan Huang ancestor wanted to do, but he was sure it was for his own good. Boom! The god's devil ancient case S opened, releasing demonic qi in all directions. A bloody light rushed out. The blood corpse ancestor looked as if it was about to become a spirit. It looked extremely ferocious, and its body released many rays of golden light, looking extremely strong. In this kind of situation, even an expert of the level 7 War Emperor would not be able to deal with a blood corpse ancestor. Just as Yin Yu had said, it was invincible. The moment the blood corpse ancestor flew out, the Yan Huang ancestor's idea moved. Little brat, go inside obediently. The power wrapped around the blood corpse. The blood corpse was directly pressed into Yin Yu's brain. The blood corpse struggled crazily, but to no avail. The power of the Yan Huang ancestor was firmly suppressing it. Ready! Yan Huang ancestor reminded him. His strength was suddenly drawn out, and Long Fei's idea completely controlled the king of blood corpse. Boom! Long Fei's sea of consciousness was like a flood. A powerful mental shock wave struck over, leaving king of blood corpse empty in his sea of consciousness. He could not help but shout out in his heart, 3-rate peerless technique. I can even kill you, just you? Be more honest with me. Rumble! With a loud sound, Long Fei moved his true qi, releasing the powerful energy of the blood corpse manipulation into the king of blood corpse's body. It was also at this time, Yin Yu's body suddenly sprung up and sat on the ground. His eyes were empty as the vigorous level 7 War Emperor qi and the spirit qi on the blood corpse ancestor's body intertwined together. The moment he stood up, his empty eyes locked onto Long Fei. Cold sweat seeped out of Long Fei's palms as the idea moved. Floating above his palm, the god's devil ancient case sneered and said, I can let you live. I can let you die too. Kneel. His voice carried boundless authority, as though it was the voice of a king. Yin Yu looked at Long Fei, and then stared at the god's devil ancient case in Long Fei's palm, hesitated for half a second, and then kneeled down heavily in front of Long Fei, paying respects to Master. He was not afraid of Long Fei, but he was afraid of the god's devil ancient case. The power of the god's devil ancient case could make him instantly turn into ashes. He was the same as a human, he would die from a slap. Long Fei laughed. Ha ha ha! Sing a song of conquest for me. Aya, I forgot that you can't sing this song. Sing along with me, and I'll be subdued by you just like that. Long Fei said so much that he looked like he was doing 250 yuan. Inu was being controlled by the Blood Corpse ancestor and his level 7 War Emperor was being kept. What did this mean? This meant that he had a level 7 War Emperor helper. Just what kind of strength was this? Furthermore, S current strength was even more terrifying than level 7 War Emperor. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? A level fighter. Awesome. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding. Chapter 38-8419/2356708. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.